Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to rumble. We got the God tier Necromancer. We twiddled and twerked with a lot of things, and I finally understood how everything is supposed to work with Alter the Balance. What we're playing is, in case you missed it before, is the Soulshred Necro. AKA, we're stacking our Soul Rift so many times that we can completely overwhelm any opposition. We played so far from level 1 to 60, and now we jumped a bit through the Torment tiers, so we didn't do all too much yet with the character, right? We invested, I think, 4 hours maximum. And let me just show you the premise, how it's working, and then we'll work on expanding the character further. What's gonna happen is we're gonna be spamming Soul Rift, and the interesting part is you can stack it so many times on top of each other that it pretty much machine gun sucks everyone dry. You heard right. That's what's happening. So we're pretty much layering 10 or so on top of each other of the Soul Rift, as many as there's humanly possible. And all these Soul Rifts on top of each other just, yeah, eat up our opponents. And the one mistake I did before was I played a wrong Spirit Boon, Chaos Perk, that made me not be able to layer so many on top of each other, right? So that was a mistake. We fixed it. So that's kind of nice now. And I'm happy about it. The Baz, please, more question. As you can see, now we're currently zooming through enemies and eating everything. However, we need to boost this further. And we need to start leveling up glyphs because we barely get any glyphs leveled up. We need to start leveling up gear because we're running around with a bunch of like random shiznit. Pretty much a lot of work to do to max this character. But I think we should be able to, at the end of the day, completely obliterate the 100. So I'm not worrying the slightest. Are you also on Twitch? Of which you... Yes, sir. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. We're on YouTube Vertical. We're also on Kick, even though that's just running on the side. So we get the multi-stream running as we want to give people the opportunity to watch wherever they feel the most comfortable. I just got done watching a video on the Chaos Orbs. If I get stuck on anything in the game, can I add you so I can help me out? Zachary, you can always ask questions here, but most of the time when I'm online, we're streaming here live and doing things, right? I'm actually not online furthermore than that to help people out. Okay, we're in Torment 3. I think we could just jump into Torment 4. I don't want to be too greedy yet. Let's actually see what we can do to Varshan here. Should be able to just send him back to the lobby. And then we're going to just jump into Torment 4 probably. It feels bad to jump into Torment 4 when you don't even have all your glyphs 15, right? When you have like non-tempered gear, non-greater affix stuff, and so on. Maybe... I want to grab that first. Yep, all of you down. Let's see, Mr. Varshan. Do we have the material to even profit from this? Oh, yeah, we get the hearts. Look at these. So we're going to spam to have like as many on top of each other as possible. Right? And when we then face him, just gets absolutely soaked by this. Working way too good. Okay, greater FX ring and Belial, I think. No? I don't know if you're putting your best stuff for the Necro. What do you mean, sir? How do you know? Best equipment pieces? I mean, you just gotta find things that have, for example, core skill ranks, attack speed, maximum life, whatever you need in this regard, right? You get to see where you're lacking defense or offense and find pieces that help you with that lacking defense or offense. Oh, nice. The legendary things. Do I actually need them? What we need to check is, very important, do we have a Quox rune? We have a Kui, that's for sure. We also have Cast Ultimate, right? But do we have a Quox rune already? Quox is... Let's quickly check on the Druid, if the Druid had a Quox. What chaos armor do you think you'll run with this build? Even Piercer preferable, with a greater affix in the Reaper's Pursuit. The number one chaotic armor you kind of want is Lidless Wall. Because Lidless Wall gives you fat damage bonus without having to do anything. It's actually kind of crazy how good the Lidless Wall is. Chuck, Cry, Luck, Mod, Ner, Quox. Quox gives you 100% bonus damage. And the only thing you have to do is you have to, like, get the respective offering to do that. And we should be able to do that with the Soulshred, right? And then straight up jump into Pit 100 probably. Having more fun with Necro Druid this season so far. Druid, up OPO. Main reason for Druid is, has many cool builds. As much as I enjoy the Necro's Soulshred here, Varind, it's just that, like, Necro has been good now for a while now, right? Necro has had its moment to shine, whereas the Druid is like, it was okay, and then it was decent, and then it was fine, right? So I feel like it's more fun to play around with the Necro and just see, like, how the Druid, and see how cool, like, an underdog character can now perform, right? Let's take the spices and the... Redmond bus? No, not Redmond bus. I need the... Yep, the Song of the Mountain. I'm trying out things right now. So, Song of the Mountain. Buzz. Let's see. Stop, how's the day starting? Well, I finally figured out how to play the Necro. My mistake was we were playing the Chaotic Perk, this one here. We were playing Power Siphon, and Power Siphon was giving us some damage, but due to the way how Power Siphon worked, I couldn't stack as many Soul Rifts on top of each other as I need. And as you can see here right now, I zoom onto the opponents, and they instantly get just soaked down by Soul Rift, right? It's insane damage. The problem is, though, if I cannot overlap Soul Rifts like this, right? Then it just simply doesn't work, then the build just falls apart. And I was playing Power Siphon because it was a nice damage boost, without realizing that my true damage is the overlapping of Soul Rifts, right? I need to cast as many as possible, but I just have as many as possible going on. Because now you see only one Soul Rift around me, but the reality is that there is 20 Soul Rifts around me, and each is a different instance of sucking life out of the enemy. Right? Does that make sense to you? And that's why they're taking so much damage. That's why we're stacking so much of the shadow damage, right? Okay, you have tons of questions. Well, question away. What we're here for. Okay, we can just jump into Torment 4. That's good. Steven, good to see you there. Congrats on that 2,500 ether experiment. It was 2.4? 2.5? 2.4? Yeah. We still have to get one of these goblin events. How to get them to overlap? Well, we just spam them. So you need Alter the Balance. Alter the Balance turns your ulti skill into a core skill, and then you can actually spam the core skill. For this, you need to have the resource. I mean, as you can see, I just continuously replenish my resource, right? And since I'm able to replenish my resource, I can just spam as many as I want. So the only limiting factor that we have at this point is attack speed. The more attack speed I get, the more Soul Rifts I can put on top of each other, and the more damage I'll deal. That's how it works. We're gonna try Hardcore Tune this season, most likely after I'm done with everything. However, we have a little problem because Ghost of Yotei is coming out very soon as well. So I gotta see how I balance this. If I now like gotta finish very quick all the classes I have for Diablo to then be able to actually play Ghost of Yotei, or how we're gonna handle this, because yikes, there's just too many things happening at the same time. There's a way to target farm Chaos Armor. There's only a way to farm Chaos Armor over Infernal Warp, Nightmare Dungeon tricks, or you spam Infernal Hordes, obviously. But you can't target farm. So if you're looking for, I want to have the Bloodless Scream as a Chaotic Armor, nope, not happening. You just gotta get Chaos Armor and then be lucky. I, for example, have not found a Rotten Lightbringer yet. So Chaos Armor is literally a spam farm. You gotta just farm as much as possible and hope that you get that what you're looking for. Why can you only cast an average of 5 to 6 Potion Justry, 5 to 6 Soul Rifts? What do you mean? Like that you can't cast more Soul Rifts afterwards? Or what's your problem? When you probably made that mistake of, as I did, to play Power Siphon, because Power Siphon is going to reduce your maximum resource, and then you're going to end up with not enough resource to do what you're slated to do, aka Soul Rift away and destroy the opponent, right? So that could be a reason why you're struggling. I was playing that too before, and I had to actually kick it out to get to the point where everything works again. I need to still decide how I want to handle this here. There's the Essence Glyph. Essence Glyph gives you a lot of critical strike damage plus, so that's needed. Got 180 yesterday and lagged in tier 3 and lost my Spiritborn. Ooh. Yeah, the performance can be ass at times, and that is never a good feeling when the performance would actually gets you killed. Okay, we're jumping into Torment 4. That was the plan. Really quick running now after I figured out how to actually rock this build. I'd say we're going to just do a run in the Undercity because we can. Did you also play Ghost of Tsushima? Yes, obviously, good sir. Ghost of Tsushima was an absolute favorite game of mine. Very well executed project, and I'm really excited to also see Ghost of Yotei. I'm just not entirely sure how to thread that into my current gameplay. You have played Once Human? Sir, I've played thousands of hours of Once Human, but not recently. However, I heard that Once Human is getting a Pell World crossover that I need to investigate for sure. And that might be something that really sparks my interest back again. Like, oh, Once Human Pell World crossover, what the fuck? Okay, let's see how this is going. So what's happening? Why are we doing so much damage? Very simple, guys. You have to imagine that we're right now applying Shadow Blight, our key passive, right? And our key passive can critical strike. Now, the more Shadow Blight we apply, the more damage it does. And one Soul Rift sucks every 0.25 seconds a soul out of you. So every 0.25 seconds you do a blip of shadow damage. Now imagine I have 10 Soul Rifts on me, right? And 10 Soul Rifts at the same time are sucking every 0.25 seconds shadow damage instance out of you. And that stacks on top, because every shadow damage, like if I do 10 shadow damage instances, I do 1 shot of Shadow Blight. So you can imagine how many shots of Shadow Blight we do, right? You can only cast 5 Soul Rifts and then your skill turns gray. I don't know, sir. I cannot tell you. I mean, I can pretty much hold down the Soul Rift button, and that's it. There's no cooldown. There's no nothing holding me back from doing that. So I am absolutely not sure what's happening there to you. What's your favorite game? I don't really have a favorite game. I like to play everything. No, variety is the spice. I mean, I do genuinely love auto battlers. So if I could make a living only playing auto battlers, that's what I would do. But the reality is that's not happening. Right? Michael, new Dune content to return to? Yeah, that's gonna take a while. I mean, new Dune content, I'm not expecting anything before next year, if I'm honest with you. I mean, the latest Dune patch that was actually supposed to be a big content patch was... yeah, what can we say? Like Druid in this, what do you like more and why? I like the Druid more because the Druid is, it's cooler. It feels cooler. I like how this Soul Rift works, so don't get me wrong about that. It's just I'm a summoner freak. I like summoning things. I like to play with summons, so having a druid that can actually rock summons is just amazing, right? I mean, if every class could have summons, I would do summons on every class, right? I would play elementals on a mage. I would play, you know, your spirits on the barbarian when summoner barbarian was the thing that was king for me. I would summon things with a Spiritborn. Sadly, it has no summoner abilities, right? So I'm a bit sad that we don't have like more summoning in Diablo. Be kind of nifty. No! Well, I don't have resistances, so that makes sense. You know, we don't have resistances, I think. Let's check how much we actually do have going on. Yeah, I mean, nothing good. Well, how are we not dying? Well, it's because we consistently have Barrier. Because all my instances of Soul Rift also lucky hit, and these lucky hits give me Barrier. So you can imagine that that actually keeps me completely healthy at all times. Nicholas, we have a couple of videos on Once Human on how to start everything and how to max out guns and everything. I mean, the channel is full with Once Human videos and the Once Human playlist. Pretty much get all your answers there, brother. You ended up having Fist of Face Tat and Godslayer pens. Yes, I do need to find me some Chaotic Armor to boost this as well. But first, we're going to boost this without Chaotic Armor. So I do have Chaotic Armor that I could use for this already. But the goal is always make the base build work without Chaotic Armor and then juice it up further with Chaotic Armor, right? So I got to be in Torment 4. I got to destroy Torment 4. And then we can talk about, like, what's now, right? What comes now? But first, like, step one, get to that point. I mean, Marcel, at some point you're going to get bored of the Druid and you're going to look for something amazing to play, so Necro's waiting for you. Okay, layers and layers of Shadow Blight, and you're dead, you little nerd. Crazy damage? Oh, yeah. You know what the crazy part about the damage is? That it is area damage. So this is not just local damage. Everyone inside the bubble is getting equivalent damage. Okay? Like, everyone. It's not just the damage to Francis and Dave. No, like Jebediah, Jeremiah, and all their friends are getting damage too. So everyone that's standing inside your Soul Rift bubble, all of them are being damaged. Now, we're currently playing the Unmaker to kind of like prolong the duration of the whole shebang, but we don't need this. What we need to get is like a meaningful pair of pants, a helmet, something like that. I mean, right now, we're probably going to keep this Helmet of the Cursed Aura, so I can go already for utility. And we could put on Soul Rift Duration. Why Soul Rift Duration is important when we're spamming Soul Rift? Because you want as many Soul Rifts layered on top of each other, right? So the longer a Soul Rift duration is, the more soul sucking is happening at the same time. That makes sense, right? Okay. So, wait. Temper this one too. Defensive temper, total armor. Nope. So the duration temper is actually quite useful. Are we not playing a unique headpiece? Well, the only unique headpiece would be Chaos Armor for this one, and or Mythic, right? Let's not start with that. Good armor. We're safe right now. Need another rune combo, and I'm just not sure which rune combo would be the best for this one, because I already have like cast your ultimate skill and get the Quox rune. We could cast Decrepify, then I don't need any more to play the Cursed Aura effect, but I think we're gonna keep the Cursed Aura effect for now. Slam these two on. Okay, 17 minutes. Let's quickly knock that out. Do you think Death of a Night Rogue is good enough to play this season? Until you're in the endgame, yes. But as soon as you're in the endgame, you gotta kick it out. Right? Have you ever played the Dragon Age series before? Yes, every single part. Even Veilguard. And I enjoyed it. So like this build for Infernal Hordes is just perfect, right? I gotta zoom over Infernal Hordes and everything that just touches me dies. Everything that even comes remotely close to my area of effect here just gets soaked in and dead. So if I now find like Chaotic Rifts, right? Chaotic Rifts should be the perfect thing for me to play with. Because hey, Mr. Chaotic Rift, I'm ready. See, that's a Chaotic Rift. Let's just trigger it for bonus XP, shall we? Oh no, Mr. Chaotic Rift, don't do this to me. Ah, oh, you're dead already. How sad. See, everything just dying. Now we just need to swap our weapon out, because right now I have a problem. Because I play this weapon here right now because it gives me +6 to darkness skills. That works actually really well for what we're doing, right? But I don't want it. Why don't I want it? Because it would be better to play a two-handed weapon, greater affixed, with the right temper. However, I don't have a two-handed weapon with the right temper right now, so... Oh, hell. Let's go. Why does my minimap look so different? I play Subo as a mercenary. Subo shows me things around me, and that's the only reason I have him currently. Because if you go into the pit, if you go into Infernal Hordes, being able to see everything around you and where every concentration of minions is quite helpful. Right? Go play PoE 2, fuck Diablo. No Dylan, thank you though. We already did 3 weeks of PoE 2, and we will continue after the patch hit, but not right now. So please take a chill pill, and don't spread your delusions. Thank you. You ever been thinking about playing PoE, Rusty? I mean, we just did 3 weeks, sir, and put out some of the best builds that you can actually play and enjoy. Ah, this is what I meant here. This is just like free farm, right? Oh, I think I might be lacking the game. I put out too many Soul Rift, chat. I might be lacking the game. Please don't ban me, Blizzard. It was my intention to break the game. Oh, well, I might have overdone it a little bit. Why does your ball sork suck? Because you probably don't have the right powers yet, or you don't have your powers correctly upgraded. I mean, Ball of Lightning Sork wants to have a lot of ranks in Ball of Lightning. The ranks in Ball of Lightning being followed up by the Banished Lord's Talisman to then have your Ball of Lightning always overpower, and then you do like super overpower hits, right? So yeah. I mean, there could be many reasons why your Ball of Lightning sucks. I mean, missing aspects, right? Missing uniques, that kind of stuff, but... But watching horizontal. Oh, you just joined the horizontal stream instead of the vertical stream. Ta-da! You don't stream on Twitch anymore, sir. I stream on Twitch, I stream on YouTube, I stream on all the platforms. I need to have enough cinders to clear the... What was it called again? To get the chest. Because right now we're looking to get more steel, chat. Because with all the steel, what could I do? With all the steel, I could be... a farming an even piercer.
It is done.
I need chest plates. Please. But at 2G, Xfeld is still terrible. Destroy it. It sucks. We hate Xfeld. Xfeld sucks. I mean, I'm sorry. Like, I wish I had better news for you. Like, Xfeld is secretly good, but it actually sucks. The problem is not that you can't trigger it. Okay, so you can trigger Xfelds. Don't get me wrong. The reason why it actually sucks is that the Xfelds, despite you being able to trigger it, doesn't have enough base damage to be worth it. So if Xfeld's Corroded Signet had like a 20,000 base damage or 30,000 base damage, then you could meaningful multiply it up to actually make it worth it. But you can't. And that's a bummer, right? Because how are you going to do damage if you can't meaningful multiply something up? Like, nice if you have 900% bonus damage. If the base damage is 1,000, then 900% won't do much. If the base damage is 20,000, then, well, we're talking, right? And that's your big problem with Xfelds. It's one of the uniques that's currently completely useless and needs to be completely reworked. And I don't see how Blizzard is so bad at reworking things like that, right? Because in my eyes, it should be easy to rework a unique like Xfelds. Like, there shouldn't be a single doubt how that one should be reworked. It's quite obvious to me. But it seems like Blizzard is missing the obvious answer sometimes. Okay, where is the Biblioteca? Donde está la? Back there. Now I gotta travel all the way. Well, let's get the Whispers here. You know. I need to get one more, so we're gonna grab that one. Art direction of the effects plummeted since launch. These are the same effects since launch, sir. I mean, what you should do is you should definitely turn off the numbers. Numbers are distracting. However, when they created the artifact for Soul Rift, I don't think they planned for it to be spammable. You know, this is an ultimate, FY. And this ultimate skill should usually not be spammable, but hey, welcome to Chaos Perks. The fun run and gun. How do I decrease lag when entering new zones? You have to turn textures down to medium or low, reduce shadows, and then hope that the game does not screw you over. Biggest problem is that Diablo has a weird VRAM filling up issue, and unless you're also running 64 gigabytes of RAM plus have a very performant graphic card, you will inevitably end up with some weird ass lags, no matter how good your system is. Call it the quirk of AAA games. You know, just like how you make new instances in Path of Exile 2 and suddenly your whole game starts lagging because why not? Reason being, why not? Or play Last Epoch. No, Last Epoch definitely has one of the better performances. That's true. Don't lie about that. Oh, I need my potion. I was being low. Okay, I should just like ignore all of these, but on the other hand, it's just so easy to kill all of them that I have a really hard time ignoring these. But I need to get here now. Okay, out of my way, nerds. Looks prettier now. Sadly, Last Epoch looks too old for me to fully enjoy it. Graphically, it's the weakest of the three, personally. Like, I love the art direction of Path of Exile 2 of being like more grim, darky, realistic. And I like Diablo's direction because it just looks good. Personally believe that. But yeah, Path of Exile just looks, despite their rework, right? It was well done. They're trying. I like it. But sadly, no matter how hard they try, it just looks oldish. But each to their own graphic style wise, right? Okay, we need more damage to like clear this here harder, and I think the easiest way would be getting better aspects right now. Main damage type of this build is critical strike. So you're not doing damage over time. The damage over time we're dealing is merely there to trigger our Shadow Blight key passive. And our Shadow Blight key passive then critical strikes. And the more Shadow Blight key passives you're triggering in a row, the higher damages you're getting, because you have an aspect that multiplicative stacks it up, and that aspect has no limit. So if I can trigger 20 Soul Rifts in 6 seconds, then it's 20 times 70% more damage. No, you're going to say, Pony, that sounds crazy. Yeah, it does. It does. That's also where the damage is coming from. So the more instances of damage over time you can get, the more Kavam is going to be. That's the whole idea behind the build. To get as much as possible cooking. Did they nerf the overpowered Blood Orb aspect? Feels like it dealt way more damage already in early game a couple of seasons ago. You mean the boiling aspect? Yes, that one was nerfed. Well, not nerfed, but I feel like they altered the numbers to not go too much boom boom. Does the season include new quests? Yeah, I mean the new seasonal quest line. As every new season has a seasonal quest line. This one actually being good. It was really fun to go through. Had like probably only one step that was a bit The rest was pretty good. Oh, hello. Give me those boots. Maybe I'm going to get a good pair of boots. And we're mainly here for the living steel. So this has 4 minutes to be live, and then I'm going to be out. Go back to Kiragar and check if I get good stuff. Do you do the Season Whispers? Do you close Chaotic Rifts? Those hand symbols? You close them. Okay, we get ourselves a pair of boots with dodge chance. That's useless. We get a pair of boots with movement speed. You know what? That's good. Problem is, I don't actually need movement speed. Yeah, you might be surprised, but we really don't. Because I'll later have so much movement speed that that becomes useless. Okay, we got a chest that has bonus armor and thorns, but I also don't need bonus armor and thorns. However, it doesn't hurt to have, I guess. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. We got cursed aura here. This one is going to get hardened bones for more damage reduction. And we're gonna temper soul rift duration on top of it. Defensive, utility, soul rift duration or bust, blight size. So 16% my ass, 24. Let's go. That's what we're looking for. And 31% soul rift duration. The thorns can go away. The thorns could be intelligence. Yeah, it needs to be intelligence actually. Seriously, give me that int. Then we can defensive temper on it. What do we have? Actually, we should probably get crippling darkness, right? I wonder. Because crippling darkness is like this amazing one here. So wait, let me blah, 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 blah. So here under skills, we got crippling darkness, which says darkness skills have a chance to stun enemies and deal damage. And technically, this is actually pretty good. Now we could pull 5 ranks out of here, so we don't need it. Then do this probably. And then I can try to temper crippling darkness. Should work. This other stuff is not really worth it. Nah, 1 rank. Nah, 1 rank. Thank you. I mean, preferable, I would actually masterwork the crippling darkness. But we're going to be fine with like 3 ranks, because 3 ranks now bonus here brings us to the position of 15% chance to do bonus damage. And we, like, again, with all the sources of bonus damage we're doing, it's kind of overlapping nastily. We could kill the Harbinger. We have 6 minutes. Okay, we have 6 minutes for the world boss. But if I can't clear Pit 55 in 6 minutes, I don't deserve the world boss, right? Is it worth returning to D4? That is for you personally to decide. I can only tell you that every season so far, since the release of the game, I've had at least 3 weeks of fun, sometimes even 4 weeks of fun per season. Now that really comes down to yourself and how you're liking this, right? How you're vibing with Diablo 4. If you don't like the base premise on how Diablo 4 works, then probably not worth coming back. The game is in a good state. It's actually in the best state ever. You have good fun, you have good seasonal stuff, you have a lot of mechanics added to the game, you have great target farm. We're still missing something to actually farm for, so right now we're still just farming for farming. Right? We're just farming to get more powerful. However, that's kind of like ARPGs in a nutshell, right? I mean, you could say, why are you farming in Path of Exile 2 to then just do the boss in the hardest difficulty and be done with the game, right? So, it is what it is. Are you planning any mythic armor pieces for the build? I plan my builds without mythic armor pieces completely, so version 1 will always be completely without mythics. I will add to the planner a mythic version though. Okay? I don't have a single mythic. Well, that's not true. I have a Ring of Starless Skies currently that I don't use. But yeah, all my builds gotta work without mythics. All my builds gotta be absolutely crazy without mythics, right? It gotta be like the maximum possible pit tier without that kind of stuff. And then I'll start adding. But not before. Only after. Those are my rules. That I have for the things I do. The best way to farm mythic uniques, either you bash your head against bosses until you don't want no more, or you're gonna do chaotic rift dungeons until you find a mythic rift, which is way more common than you would think it is. And or you buy yourself reputation scrolls and then use the reputation scrolls on new characters to instantly finish the seasonal board and jump all the way forward to the free spark you get. And then use the sparks to craft stuff. Okay, that was a quick clear. We're almost at 1 billion damage already, so I'm really happy. This is quite nice because I currently have the maximum usefulness, like the minimal good. Oh, I really have a lot of chaotic rifts. I have the minimal good thingy. Amplify, don't play that. I have a very hard time to find Nightmare Sigils for Chaos Rifts. Even I maxed out the Seasonal Blessing. I have 0 problems. I'm in here, so this is Chaos Rift, Chaos Rift, Chaos Rift, Chaos Rift, Chaos Rift, Chaos Rift. And this is just from this character playing through the game, right? I mean, I didn't do anything crazy. I just play the game. Gotta do a bit more Helltide, I reckon, sir. Okay, world boss. See, we killed the boss, so we deserve the world boss now. We get sigil powder by doing nightmare dungeons. What Necro build is this? It's called Soulshred. Wait, no, let's be real. I call it Soulshred because you're shredding people with Soul Rift. What happens with this build is you use the chaotic power called Alter the Balance. Okay. Alter the Balance turns your ultimate skill into a core skill, which means I can now use 1 Soul Rift. Okay, I have 1 Soul Rift up, it sucks a soul out. Okay, so 1 soul every 0.25 seconds. That's 4 souls per second. Okay, Chad? But we're gonna do the math for a second here out of interest. So I'm gonna suck 4 souls per second out of everyone around me. Okay, so Soul Rift says, every 0.25 seconds of this duration, you absorb the souls of up to 3 enemies. Okay, 0.25 seconds, that's amazing. Now, we have 0.25 seconds times 4, surprise, that's 4 times per second. And if you now take your Shadow Blind, your key passive, it says shadow damage infects enemies with Shadow Blight. Every 8th time an enemy receives damage, they get hit with a shadow damage hit. That shadow damage hit is boosted by 450% if we then have all the upgrades, right? 450%. Good. That's nice. So every 8th hit. So we already do 4 hits per second with 1 Shadow Blight. Okay? Now let's imagine we have 10 instances of Shadow Blight on us because we do this. Right? So instead of 4 hits per second, that suddenly becomes 40 hits per second, which is divided by 8, 5 instances of Shadow Blight instantly being triggered, right? Per second. And that's without actually going for more, right? It's quite nice. By the way, it's more instances of Shadow Blight. Failed me here. I went the wrong way around. And that leads to this aspect going crazy. So this says consecutive hits with the Shadow Blight key passives deal 35% increased damage for each hit, resetting after 6 seconds. Now, if you consider that we're stacking per second X hits, so let's say we get 5 hits of Shadow Blight per second. That's then 5 times 30% more damage. Okay? But that's per second. So it's 5 times 30%. That's per second. So second 2, second 3, like always 150 on top, 150 on top. So you're gonna end after 5 seconds up with like a ginormous damage boost. And that damage boost only gets like more severe and severe. And then it resets and then like you have more stacked up and then it's more and more and more and more and more and more. And yeah, that leads to quite some crazy damage. And then you get to boost your critical strike damage and that kind of stuff and yay. How does Wither work? Wither has a 20% chance that any shadow damage instance, including your Shadow Blight, does 300% more damage. Bitte, Schatz? Welche Tastaturunterlagen? Damit du malen kannst? Okay. Ein Kind nach hinten. Sorry, my child needed help. Have you seen that Chaotix can drop from silent chests as well? Yes, they can drop everywhere. The problem is the chances are just low. But yes, Chaotic uniques can drop left, right, and center. I mean, I just did a normal Nightmare Dungeon, and at the end of the Nightmare Dungeon, as the end of Nightmare Dungeon reward, I got myself a Chaotic unique. Just the normal reward for finishing. Lumhopfen, why do I have all the other skills in my skill bar? That is quite simple. Because we're playing Reaper's Pursuit. Reaper's Pursuit gives us more damage per shadow skill in our skill bar. Now, sadly, I only have a low rank Reaper's Pursuit, okay? So right now, my amulet is not so good. This is only 12% more damage per shadow skill in my skill bar. It's still 6 times 12. Now, if I had a higher rolled Reaper's Pursuit, which is obviously easy to get, I would have even more. By the way, Chaotic Armor chat. Yay! So why do we have him in there? To go crazy. I mean, ultimately, I want to have a 38% more damage per shadow skill in your skill bar, and then you just go like, we. Ja, bitte, mein anderes Kind. Hätten wir ja fast schon mit rechnen können, dass ihr das wollt und du hättest sofort mit der Ella kommen können, oder? Sorry. Child of mine are now happy. Oh, that goes away. Let's stack up aspects. Okay, we need a two-handed weapon. Preferable a two-handed sword with a greater affix. Well, I'll be damned. That's gonna do work, huh? Let's try to temper this. The best tempering is not like Soul Rift deals double damage. That's useless. What you want is Titan's Fall or Finality. I'm always gonna check. Titan's Fall is only versus elites, right? This Titan's Fall, you kind of want Finality because that's when you cast your ulti, and we always cast our ulti, right? Now, obviously, though, let me try to get the damage. Yep. Okay, let's get the Finality. Yeah. Cool. This is actually a really good weapon. Because what we can do now is we can take the aspect of DK. That's on my gloves currently. And I can put the aspect of DK here on my weapon. So now it is 82% bonus damage per instance of Shadow Blind. Not DK, by the way, Blighted, actually. Sorry, wrong one. Blighted. So instead of being 30% bonus damage, right, you get 60% bonus damage, which is obviously crazy because that's 60% 5 times stacked. So 300% every second, 600%, 900%, 1,200%. You get the drift. It's quite nasty. Official aspect. Make sure to have this as yep, da-ba-doo, yep-da-ba-doo, yep-da-ba-doo. That one comes into my box of riches. This one gets destroyed. And then we're going to try to masterwork the finality at least one time. No. Oh, by the way, that is actually wrong what I did here, Chad. Why is it wrong what I did here? Because I don't need critical strike on the weapon. I need shadow damage on the weapon. It's a slight mistake. So you need shadow damage to actually get the shadow damage multiplied up. Oops. Right, we have shadow damage here, and we have shadow damage there. But if you're looking now for the 450%, so you need all the shadow damage available to get that as high as possible. So that was a slight mistake. And now let's try to get shadow damage. Luckily, we have a tempo reset scroll. We don't need it. Okay. Let's try to get at least one rank in finality. I don't want to waste my money here for resetting, but the one rank in finality is too good to ignore it. Oh boy. Mama drama, chat. So that is going to be 10 ranks in finality. And 10 ranks in finality is obviously now 65% bonus damage whenever I cast my ultimate, which is quite crazy. Now let's re-roll this one here to critical strike damage. Cool. No, I don't want... Yeah, sure. Don't give me critical strike damage then. Good. So that's quite good. Now you can see that we're instantly maxed out, right? 402% actually. Oh, we're not even maxed out, ladies and gentlemen. And we still have a lot of Paragon points to spend, plus minus glyphs actually. I just didn't get to spend that many glyphs. Wait, we put the essence glyph in here. I have to redo this complete board. Gravekeeper in here. Yep, that's better. Okay, let's do a pit 65, because with these upgrades here right now, things should be going completely out of control.
I appreciate that.
I need this one. And then we need 2 emeralds. Yibba-dibba-doo. For today, line, I am fantastic. I hope you're doing great too. Hello, Nutella. Is there a endgame super variant for the Raven Druid? I will be adding something to the planner with Mythics and Chaos Armor. Yes. No worries. Oh, we're billion. Chat, do you see that? We did the first billion hit now. So after getting that weapon, see 1.567 billion again. We just upgraded our damage. It was that simple, right? Just get a proper two-handed weapon that has what I wanted to do. Double greater affix just being a bonus. We have the potential to do billions of damage. Beautiful. And this is like with like level 15 glyphs, right? So we have level 15 glyphs. We don't even have a single legendary glyph. We still need to upgrade all the glyphs there, right? We have a minimal functionality Eben Piercer, so no greater affix Reaper's Pursuit Eben Piercer. We have like no double Masterwork on the Eben Piercer, so we're missing tons of damage there too. It's quite beautiful. Like we're literally, this is the weakest form the build could be, and we're sitting at 50%, like billions of damage already, right? 4.48 billion. Dankeschön, very much. Appreciate it. Are minions good this season? No, minions are horrible. Minions are technically the strongest they could ever be. However, they are still lacking a command skill. And since Infernal Hordes are very important to get yourself the other seasonal powers and everything, minions are just trash. I'm sorry. Like, minions in Infernal Hordes feel terrible. Minions in Helltides feel terrible. Minions in bossing are good. Minions in Pit are good, right? But for the actual main fun things, also doing Undercity, minions are just not a good look, and they're not fun to play. So yeah. When is the video coming for this build? Either tonight or tomorrow. I mean, today we're gonna max this out, right? So we just started playing this in earnest, right? I just leveled this until now, and we're gonna be maxing it out today. So we get another like four hours roughly to push all the glyphs to 46 at least. And I'm gonna see that we pick up another Eben Piercer, and then we'll hopefully be able to instantly do like Pit 80s in record time. And right now I'm missing a bit of movement speed. Since we have that, we're good to go. I mean, can't be resting before we do double-digit billions, right? Look at the boss! Whee! And he's dead! 4 billion! How can you not like builds like this? Okay, so we have the Gravekeeper, we have the Abyssal, we have the Eliminator, we have the Essence, we have the Amplify. If I then want to play Amplify, that's very important. The problem is I don't actually have anything else I'd like to play. So we could go for... technically, Scorch is useless. We could go for... Nah, I think I'm fine with the ones we have. Let's get this level to 15, and then let's push the Essence Glyph. Why Essence Glyph? Because Essence is like the biggest damage boost we have. A Veil? I don't know what that skill it would be in English. Sorry. I don't use German skills. I only use English skills. Any tips help me drop amulets with ranks? It's random. There is no secret tip to drop amulet with ranks. It's completely, utterly random. There's no secret way. There's no, like, you know, wondrous shaboing boing. You just randomly get a hope for the best. Okay, what I need to do, though, is I don't need Accelerating Chaos leveled up because that's useless. I have these, but that's also useless. I mean, the only one I could get up is this for even more killer attack speed. Yeah, probably. I don't like that we have to play Erupting Chaos and Accelerating Chaos because we have nothing else that's worth it. It's a bit of a bummer. Well, we could tops play Decimating Desecration, which says your damage over time effects have a chance to do bonus damage, but even that is useless. Probably should do... yeah, I need more steel here. So we need Living Steel, right? To be killing Gregor, the Galvanic Saint, as much as possible. We have Blood Surge at home. I mean, Blood Surge is dead until they buff it, Tommy. I would call this Soul Rift, Soulshred, however you like. It's fantastic. Okay, let's try to get 500. The only thing I would probably find negative about this build is that you're spamming the Soul Rift animation and you get that Soul Rift animation sound, right? You like this whoop, whoop, whoop. Probably the only downside of the build. And we got our reputation upgraded. Wait, what was this here? Oh no, I'm not sure if I want to do this one. But then again, I guess I can just stand in the middle and kill everything. Right? Aren't you German? Yes, I am German. But I don't have any of the skills in German, sir. I play the games in English. And sometimes German translation is weird of skill names, right? If you come at me with a German skill name, I could sometimes be like, I have no fucking clue what that could be, sir. I mean, the Hellborn are, for example, called Höllenblüter for some reason. And I would have never known that the Hellborn are translated like that. Tabus, what do you this build, sir? Like, more sentence, Tabus, okay? more sentence, please, my friend. I think Penshot Azurath. No, Azurath is nerfed. It's ruined. Sorry. Anything Azurath related is completely ruined, and you might as well, like, consider it non-existent. Okay? Sorry to burst the bubble there in case you weren't aware of that. They trash the skill. They hate us because they ain't us. It's terrible. Like, Blizzard was like, oh, we see you having fun with Azurath. Well, like, fuck you, bitch. And that's it. So Sork Azurath, Rogue Azurath, any Azurath is ruined. Would your guides include example gear? They do, anime. I mean, I don't know if you have seen the, what's it called again? The Druid build. It has example gear in there with example rolls and everything. Will it be possible to make Minion Necro work fairly easy this season? You can make Minion Necro work this season, okay? You can. But you want to stop after Torment. Like, you want to get Torment 1, then you want to get yourself the seasonal power, and then you want to say fuck Minion Necro and never play it again. It's just not good for Infernal Hordes, and it has never been good for Infernal Hordes, and it will never be good for Infernal Hordes until Blizzard finally gets their shit together and gives us a meaningful minion build that can actually use like a command skill or anything. But I'll be fair with you that we probably have given up hope that Blizzard will ever do that. I mean, we're so many seasons deep, and they seem to be absolutely like not comprehending that that is what's holding minions back. It's not like we're telling them every month. I mean, there's such a like the Diablo creator Discord for necromancers. The only thing we do in there is asking when we get a command skill. That's pretty much the only thing we do in that chat. Like, we don't discuss anything else necromancer-wise. It's just like, where's the command skill? When? So, yeah. I'm not saying that we've given up hope, but, like, there seems to be a lack of comprehension. That's the best way how I can say it. Like, I don't know how often you can tell someone that this is the one thing we need. And they're like, but hey, so instead of giving you the one thing we need, here's a unique item that will boost your basic skills. But what? Yes, the basic skills of Necromancer that are completely useless. Here you go. Oh, by the way, fuck you. You know? The good old basic skill Necro, you all have heard of him, right? I hope they do the same direction as Sork Hiders. I mean, the only thing I want is an actual core skill for minions, right? So if I play my skeletons, I want a core skill. I want throw minion for explosion. I want send minions there for Masaka super hit. Like, why do we have a command golem button to send our golem to do something, but we don't have a command skeleton button? Where is that button? Shadow mages, throw a shadow bomb. Skeletal warriors, I don't know what, go in with a super reaping tornado hit, kind of like whatever's, right? Anything, please. Like, it's so simple. It's literally so simple. It's not even hard, right? It's not like we need to be super giga brains to put this together. It's like right in front of you. The build is similar to the Raven build. Which one is stronger? Druid gains power easier, but that has a lot to do with overabundance, right? So Druid is a bit simpler from a power level standpoint. However, like, it's not like that this is lacking behind by much, okay? So I joined Torment 1. I beat one single Infernal Horde. I got myself the Alter the Balance power. And then by putting the right pieces together, you're instantly strong, okay? Like, sure, you need to have the aspect of DK, you need to have the Blighted aspect, and you need to have the aspect of the Damned. So if you have these aspects, though, you're instantly strong. You can instantly play this build. You don't even have to blink and ask yourself, right? So that's kind of cool, in my eyes. Right, I want builds to be Torment 1-able, right? Get to Torment 1, play in Torment 1, like, do a few stabs, get a few pieces. Don't even need a single unique, right? With a unique, it's just better. And then just roll. Oh, I just did a 3 billion, whatever. What's the game name? My Little Pony Extreme. Might be Diablo 4. What about the Raven build? Raven build is insane. What about? Sir, we're not playing the Raven build because the Raven build is suddenly bad. We're not playing the Raven build because I'm a content creator and I need to make content. And keep playing the same build every single day is not content. That's called gaming. And I'm not gaming. I'm making content. Right? So the Raven is insane. Right? If I was just farming this season to try to get the deepest pit possible, I would play Druid right now. And you know what I like the most this season, Chad? That the strongest UOB is over Chaotic Armors, and Chaotic Armors are untradeable. That means if you now want to get really deep in the leaderboard, right? If you want to get really deep in the pit, you can't actually trade for success. Sure, you could still buy yourself a very good weapon, you could still buy yourself very good rings and whatsoever, right? But if there's 3 or 4 chaos uniques that would make your build stronger, the only way to get those chaotic uniques would be by farming and by actually playing the game. This is something that prior season didn't really have, right? Prior seasons, you just bought yourself mats from Belial, then you farmed mythic items, then you bought yourself the other items from the trade, and you're good to go. Your character was powerful. Not happening anymore. You're not making content. What, sir? Tell that to my 4 million views per month. Oh, wait. Seems like you don't have a fucking clue. Play the game in 2025. I mean, I'm end of the day a content creator. I can't be just playing games, right? That's the different angle, obviously, for me. I am forced to play games in certain ways. That is the thing you have to accept as a creator at some point, right? I'm not just playing games. Like, even if I start playing Ghost of Yotei now, right? I wouldn't just play the game. I would play the game from a different angle, as you always have to do. Ya and Kui runes. If I ever had a Ya rune, I would trade it to you, brother. Boss match should be account bound. I agree. Spartan, what build is this? Soulshred. You're spamming Soul Rift to shred enemies. Really efficient. Very fun. Very mean. Dungeon keys, please, father. Dungeon keys. Why do most builds use Litless Wall? No, Andre. Why do you use Litless Wall? Okay, this is crazy. Litless Wall has an implicit. What are implicit? Implicits are the stats up here. 100% critical strike damage on a two-handed sword, right? That's an implicit. Now, the Limitless Wall has one implicit, and that implicit says 80 plus 80% weapon damage because it's a shield. Now, the thing is, if that implicit from the Limitless Wall is chaotic armor on your pants, you're still getting the plus 80 weapon damage. I know that sounds crazy, but you're essentially just getting a huge damage boost from existing, right? From having a shield as your pants or as your boots or whatsoever. And that's why people want a chaotic armor Limitless Wall, as that chaotic armor Limitless Wall is just, yeah, it gives you an illegal level of damage boost. Just like that. Quite nasty, ain't it? Okay, I got the thing I was looking for. Does Rogue have any fun builds? Rogue has an Orphan Maker build that does trillions of damage. However, the problem is it's a bit of a... I wouldn't call it a combo build, but the Orphan Maker makes you have a reload mechanic, so you're going to shoot, then shoot, then shoot a different shoot, and it always feels like pa-pam, 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 right? That's how Rogue feels a bit. While when I play my Druid, I just go Ravens, 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 Ravens. And when I play my Necro, I'm like Soul Rift, 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 Soul Rift. And when you're playing Rogue, it's really like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do like pew, pew, pew. Like you just have to be a bit more of a setup-ish side. It's not that halting, but it's a bit more halting than the other gameplays right now where you just spam away. It's like Rogue is in a really bad position currently because Rogue is kind of like, Rogue has power, but it's a lot of gimmicky power. But despite like doing a lot of things, you're still not getting the power levels of other builds. So even with a Rogue Orphan Maker setup build, right? You get powerful to a degree, but you need to do so much to get powerful. While me as the Necro, I spam Soul Rift and that's it, right? So you have to do a lot of things to do a lot of damage, and I just have to spam one button to get more damage. and that's stupid, right? So imagine you gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4 to get the most damage, right? You gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's your ultimate damage. And I just go 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Right? And you're just sitting there and you're like hammering your keys, and like one time you miss your rotation, you do less damage, and I'm like 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And that's my damage. So, like, I prefer combo builds. I personally, if I would have to choose between playing a combo build and playing a non-combo build, I would always choose the combo build. But if the combo build does less damage and is not rewarding to play, then, well, fuck that combo build. What am I gonna do, right? I mean, sure, I love me those combo builds. They're great. But if they don't do the things they're supposed to do, what then? Do you have a build guide for what you're currently playing? Absolutely not, Greg, and that's because I personally hate you. And you haven't prime subbed yet. So you're my enemy. However, the only thing you pretty much need is alter the balance. Okay, that's the one thing you need. If you don't have alter the balance yet, get a Necro 260, get alter the balance. Because before that, you can't play the build. You're still the same gentleman from PUBG TPP days, just with extra white hair copy. I mean, like, I haven't changed too much on my style of content creation. Maybe I've gotten more cynical about life, but that's about it. It helps when you're not trying to fake something, my friend. Then you don't have to change down the line, you know? Has always been the best thing about a content creator. If you're just being yourself, and then you don't have to like fake something, because then you don't have to change because you're not fake. You're just being yourself, right? You don't have to Dr. Disrespect it, right? And start rebranding because you're doing weird things. Yeah, alter the balance and temper resource cast. This resource here, ultimate skills restore resource. That's what you need too. True. Because otherwise, like right now, my Soul Rift costs 56, okay? And as you notice, I have 100 essence. So I hold down the button, but I actually don't lose essence, I gain essence. The only reason I lose essence is actually because I use the Quox rune. Because right now, on my runes, I play, whenever you cast ultimate, you get 150 offering, okay? Good, I cast ultimate, I get 150 offering. And what happens is, I spam away, and then the Quox will deplete all my resource to give me 100% bonus damage. So that's kind of cool, because I spam away, and I get it almost always up, so kind of nifty. Like, getting damage, high damage with this build is so easy. And I don't even have the max rolled aspect. Look at this. My aspect is at 59 out of 70%. Okay. We're getting only 59% times 5 times 6. Chat. So there's a lot more that I could get to get even more damage. Right? I'm again basically getting minimal damages. And I could be getting so much more. So after killing all of these, we can now finally go to farm some Gregoires and hopefully get a better Even Piercer. Because as you can see, my Even Piercer has 3 out of 5 ranks. Okay, chat, look at this. 3 out of 5 ranks in Reaper's Pursuit. 3 out of 5. Every rank in Reaper's Pursuit is giving me 2% more damage per shadow skill. I have 6 shadow skill. Every rank is giving me 12% more damage. I have 3 out of 5. I'm missing 24 damage there. I don't even have it masterworked, right? So if I had it masterworked and greater affix, ha 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 ha, right? There is so much we're missing in possible damage. Okay, I don't need these Nightmare Dungeon sigils. I have too many at this point. Oh, good. We need to go over to the other side because I'm missing the chest piece there. Best part is how you're just absolutely undying, too. Like, right? We only have... Oh, means only. We have, like, 9,000 life, but nothing can kill me. What I need is attack speed now. So I need to get rid of these rings, because these rings are completely random, by the way. Just put them on. My ultimate skill refunds a total of my amulet and 2 ring tempers with a masterwork of 84 essence. I'm overcapped a bit. Essence is 37. What you need, so again, it's okay to be overcapped on the essence cost because you want to get more. Your ultimate goal is to always fill your globe up full. Because if you're not filling up your globe full, then you're not getting the most out of the Quox rune. Because the Quox rune says you're gonna get 100% more damage for all the primary resource, right? But the more resource you have, like the less resource you have, the less damage there. So you need more. Does max life matters? Looking like we're not overpowered. Sir, max life does not contribute to overpower damage anymore, in case you missed that. That was changed. Why do we want max life? Because max life makes us sturdier. I mean, do you want to die? Like, I might have a lot of life, right? And I might be rather sturdy, but I could technically still die to a one-hit, to an elemental explosion one-hit or something. So hence I assume you don't want to die. Yeah. No dying. Yeah, the Quox rune is a no-brainer because you can trigger it so much. I was thinking about playing the Cry rune too. What does the Cry rune do? The Cry rune pulls things together. But does it look like I need pull together, guys? Right? I mean, at this point, like, the area of my ability is so large that I'm genuinely asking myself if I need a pull together in any capacity. Right? There's very rarely a situation where that would be of any substance, of any help in any way. So I'm probably better off just not. But I have to then think about what other rune do I want to play. If I'm not pulling together, what then? What else? What would be good? What would help? I mean, I could take crit hit chance, I guess. 1 or 2. Will Grandfather not be an option for the build? Nope, it would be less damage. The aspect of DK, again, gives me 70% more damage, and it stacks up like crazy. So we're doing like 40 instances of damage per second. And each 8 instance is a stack of Shadow Blight. So we're stacking up 5 times Shadow Blight per second. And each stack of Shadow Blight is 70% more damage. Okay. So that means with 5 stacks, we're sitting at 350% more damage in the first second. Second is 700% more damage. Third second is over 1,000% more damage. And then the fourth second is even more, right? And it stacks for a grand total of 6 seconds. So in a matter of 5 seconds, I can stack up 350. And that's only like the standard shadow damages. This is not counting in the lucky hit potential shadow damages, the chaotic booms I do around me shadow damages. So the 5 stacks is a low estimate, as the 5 stacks could also be 10 stacks. And that would then be, you know, 700% bonus damage in the first second, and then the second is even more. So yeah, you get it. What can you get case gear? Multiple options. You can farm Infernal Hordes. You can just do normal Whispers. You can do Nightmare Dungeons. You can get yourself Infernal Warp and then turn that in for Infernal Caches, and Infernal Caches will actually get you guaranteed chaotic uniques. So we have a whole video up on that, Sinister. But we explain the whole shtick on how to get the most out of it. Are you just pressing one button? How dare you to call this a one-button build? Only because it's a one-button build. You terrible person. Yes, I'm only using one button. The rest is just decoration. This is not completely true, though, because if I actually throw in my blind, I do more damage, 20% more. So it's really useful to throw in your blind. FYI. We gotta do a Helltide with this Infernal Horde, I mean, with this one, too. We're gonna see how high we can go. Whoop. There's 1,000 up the side from 1 Chaos Rift. Pretty nice. And considering it's 5 minutes of work. Not even 5 minutes of work. Nice Necro skin. It's the StarCraft skins. In case you missed it, they brought out StarCraft skins, guys. And this is the Queen of the Hive skin. Yeah, there's some really fun StarCraft mix-up, mash-up thingies happening. So, yay. Cool skins galore. And what I would like to use is the Ahu Rune. Ahu Rune would be lucky hit for more lucky hit for offering. Okay, sir. Let's see how much HP he has. How much damage I could potentially deal to him. It feels like he's taking an unrelated low amount of damage because we hit him for multiple billion hits already, right? And the man is not budging. Let's get him out of that dome because that is weird. Where was I stuck? Oh yeah, here. Thank you. Does Blight only do 10% now? I know they changed it, I just didn't look at the value. Is it only 10 at this point? Sad face. What's your favorite Necro skin? Oh man, there's so many. There. See, like, now he's taking all the damage. Explain what just happened there under that bubble, Chan. Explain. What happened there under that bubble? What was that? Sad part is that Necro just simply doesn't have very many good skins. I mean, if you look at all the other characters and all the other cool skins, Necro is just like a big fat loser. Seems like that the Necro skin designer, like the Necro class designer, are both in need of a talent upgrade. I might be so mean. What meta for Spiritborn? Spiritborn is currently Feathers together with Jack Spirit Hall, and then you're just spamming away and do as much damage per second as possible. It's pretty much the same as it has always been. I mean, like, it's sad a bit, but the Jack Spirit Hall is king currently. Let's do as much damage as possible in a short amount of time, and then have that damage be multiplied up by the Jack Spirit Hall. Ta-da. That's what we got. Like, it hasn't really changed, if I'm honest with you. Oops. We finally managed to die. Let's get out of here. Rogue is pretty bad with skins in general, too. How dare you? My Rogue has been having good skins. Are Germans considered stoic or more emotional? Don't really have an answer for you in that one, sir. Everything is possible in Germany, I guess. Ooh, that's a good Panzer that has resistance to all elements. Not for this build, but in general. Take it. Okay, let's try to get the frenzied aspect upgraded. What do we have here? Tribute of Harmony. Wow, I got a lot of tributes from that one. Holy moly macaroni. Give me all of this. Haunted Refuge, Sarah's Lair. I don't need any of this, just too many. Give me that. Give me that. Thank you very much. Okay, what do we got here? Pants with Thorns. Nubba Dubba Doo. Okay, we're gonna teleport over to the reputation board. Let's see what the reputation board has. Dark Veil, you're on YouTube and Twitch. Well, it's mandatory. If you're a creator, you better be on YouTube and Twitch. You're failing. Is it better to summon the council or Bartek at the end? You want Bartek, because Bartek gives you guaranteed chaotic uniques, and if you summon the council, you suck. I said it, I'm not taking it back. No, seriously, you want Bartek. Bartek is how you get chaotic uniques. No Bartek, no chaotic uniques. Okay, how about an Even Piercer? No? Enduring Faith. The amount of Enduring Faith as I have is, like, saddening. Good, we have 50, ladies and gentlemen, Living Steel. Let's try to get a better Even Piercer, okay? I want you all to grab whatever you want to grab and pray to whoever you want to pray to, but you better do that right now, because we're going. What have you been running to get experience for the RAB? If you do Chaotic Rift dungeons, your reputation will just go... Seriously. Just gonna, like, you're gonna fly through that. Just run a couple of those and you're done. And if you then trade in your Infernal Warp for reputation, it's like... Okay, maybe I should spend the rest of my Paragon points at some point here. Oh no, look, chat, a Torment 4 boss. What should I do? And we win. Do you need to get as many stacks of the Shadow, right? The Shadow can just soak him empty. And then he just dies. Oh no, he smacked me into the wall. Oh, the pain. That's when you have no lightning resistance. Best I can do is a random non-meta mythic, take it or leave it. Hey, I got from the mythic, what was it called again? There's the, oops. There's the mythic rifts that you can get in Chaotic Nightmare dungeons. So you kind of want to go into the Chaotic Nightmare dungeons too, because they're chaotic rifts, mythic rifts that can give you a mythic. Crazy, right? Is it better to do the seasonal quest or start with it on the quest line? You want to do the seasonal quest. 100%. The seasonal quest gives you... it unlocks the vendor for the reputation scrolls. If you don't do that, you won't get the reputation scrolls unlocked, and then you're always going to be behind on infernal caches. Okay, where's my money? Even Piercer, greater affix. I mean, I guess at this point, I'll take an Even Piercer without a greater affix, right? As long as it has more ranks to Reaper's Pursuit than the one I have currently. Wait a second. Let's put our glyph in quickly. Which one do I have here? Amplify. Good. Why are we doing this, guys? Because we're pre-stacking our Soul Rifts. Right, because when he comes out, he just gets hit by all the Soul Rifts at the same time, and you see how much damage that is. Okay, greater affix. Ah, sad face. No greater affix amulet chant. I think we can also go kill Urivar, so we have 18 mass here. What is this? This is the Soul Rift build. The non-mythical version without chaotic armor. We call it the version achievable by the casual gamer mom and dad. It's your mobilytics. Well, that's because it's not on mobilytics yet, sir. Oh, that's a greater affixed axe. Sad face. Oh, finally. Honestly, does anyone feel like we're not getting enough Belials again? I mean, we're at the point where getting yourself or buying yourself Belial Duke mats is again the best way to get items, right? Like, I want to have greater affixes, right? I want to have a greater affixed amulet. So what do? I get myself Belial mats. I mean, I don't know why Blizzard so desperately wants us to participate in the shady trading market, but they really want us to. Okay, final one. I can't have more. Oh, that's sad. Let's see if we get a better amulet out of this. So we got 5, ladies and gentlemen. 5 of them. One has 5 ranks into Reaper's Pursuit. That would instantly be a damage boost. Okay, what do we got? This 4 ranks. That's 4 ranks. That's 4 ranks. Ja, bitte, mein Schatz. Was kann ich für dich tun? Oh, danke schön. Das ist sehr lieb von dir. Ach, du willst das Hütchen haben? Ja, dann komm mal her, mein Schatz. Auch ein in. Bitte schön. So. Yeah, it's very bad in Torment 4 not a single GA drop. I fully agree. Okay, that's 4 ranks to Reaper's Pursuit, which means I can just trash all the other stuff. Motor Crew is useless. Penitent Grease are useless. All the rest is just completely useless, right? So we can just throw this all to the dogs. Then we can take this amulet and we can masterwork it. Try to hit the Reaper's Pursuit if we want to. I mean, obviously it's not worth it to do this on a normal amulet. So I'm just like here. Okay, 1, 2. And that's going to be now 7 ranks to Reaper's, or 5 ranks to Reaper's Pursuit. So 5 ranks is now already bringing us up to 8. So it's 16% instead of 12% more damage per shadow skill in my skill bar. It's instantly great, right? We get 2 Betrayer's Husk, so I'd say let's go meet the man, the myth, the legend. Jimmy, you saw the build and made an Necro? Well, you get it level to 60 first with minions. Okay. So, step 1, get to 60. Why do you need the ranks to Reaper's Pursuit? Because they give you more shadow damage per shadow skill in your skill bar. So the more ranks you have in Reaper's Pursuit, the more damage you get bonus. And that is a significant boost. Okay, I'd say next stop is going to be getting our Paragon points up to 45, right? We need to get Grigua Zigavanic Saint. It's an amulet with a greater affix. Oh my god, please be Reaper's Pursuit. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Oh no! Ah! Ah! Sad face. Could have been it, Chan. Could have been it. We tried. Do you have a video on how to build the build? No, we're gonna be finishing up the build today. Then we're gonna create the plana, and then we're gonna put it all online. Ready to put your amulet in the gem into the amulet. It's not like we actually need it, right? Because our resistances, as soon as I replace these diamonds through royal diamonds, because right now these are just normal ground diamonds, we're pretty much resistance out. Okay, let's get some things upgraded. So we did a pit 65 so far. We can definitely go for 75. Good thing is also with the more ranks to Reaper's Pursuit right now, Chad, we are getting a bonus movement speed. That's something to not forget as well. Oh, we can only 8 times Masterwork that, I forgot. So the best way to get boss materials a fresh 60 char, you kill the Helltide lady. And then you open chests. Helltide lady and chests. Best way. So pit 75. Oh, you are reducing their damage they're taking? That's really rude, my friend. How dare you do that? This is also one of the few Necros that really just waltzes into the opponent's right and doesn't care about dying because you just don't. Okay, I need to get attack speed now. My attack speed is trash. Like, the only way how I have good attack speed is pretty much when I'm actually going for the... What's it called again? When I drink my potion. Oh, that's an 8 billion hit, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Double-digit billions coming. So we play this aspect that has me... the power that has me drink potions for attack speed and movement speed. But I need to update my game here. Get more attack speed. So we can do more damage by spamming harder. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna probably just re-roll my gloves and my rings. Isn't rest that important? I mean, if you have Barrier, rest does get less important because Barrier kind of interacts weirdly with elemental damage. Always been a problem in Diablo. But technically you need resistance. Practically, you'll get it anyways on a Necro because as soon as you get more intelligence, you get more resistance, right? So my Druid definitely needs more resistance because my Druid otherwise just randomly dies, but that's also because my Druid doesn't run any kind of barrier. And pretty much just tanks over damage by zooming in and then just doing more damage. Are in the West Coast? No, I'm technically in the West Coast, but the German West Coast, not the American West Coast. So that's that, right? Hi. I don't use the Bloodless Scream because the Bloodless Scream is worse than having the aspect on a two-handed weapon. You could use the Bloodless Scream as a chaotic armor. I don't have that. Okay. I do not have a Bloodless Scream chaotic armor. So that's that. Oh no, I has died to elemental damages. I feel violated and I'm not happy about it. How did you die there? Elemental damage, shebang. I mean, I stood in their double flaming mortar explosions. End of the day, I only have 9,000 life. Right? But there's still a world. What are you tempering to get your resource? Both rings, that's it. Both rings get the chance to restore resource when you cast your ultimate, and that's enough. You don't need more. There are not enough enemies here. I find it interesting that using normal legendary equipment for this kind of damage, well, that's the whole point. If you can't make a build that uses one key unique and that's it to do insane damage, then you already failed at making a build, right? Because if your build only does billions of damage when you stack like 3 unique items and everything on 3 mythic items on top of it, well, congratulations, people will never achieve that, right? My goal is always to make achievable builds. If my builds are not achievable, I failed as a creator. That's at least how I see it personally. Okay, we're leveling up Essence. I forget to put... I leveled up Abyssal instead of Sacrificial. Oops. Oops. Things happen. Concurrently activated. Not really. In a meaningful way. Oh, it's fine. We'll get another one at some point. Okay, we get this up to 27. We wanted to get more attack speed. Yes, chat. More attack speed. Let's go. You're the only one with that mindset. I look at some of the top tier build and just shake my head. Well, Virus, there's a reason I do this kind of content, because I know that people are looking for this kind of content, right? When if you're looking for absolute mythic out builds with chaotic armor and so on, there are creators that will give that to you. Yes. And there are tons of creators that do exactly those kind of builds. Just not me. I wonder if I want to play a Fist of Fate here. When we get here the attack speed, so that's good. I do need attack speed. Because attack speed is king. And we get the sacrificial on in. Why don't we look for core skill ranks or anything? Because more ranks does not do anything for our damage. We're not doing damage over that kind of stuff, right? That's not our damage. Our damage is essentially going for the Shadow Blind, right? That's how we deal our true damage. Our damage is not in any way over... Wow, 12 ranks to finality. That's a God King weapon. Jesus fucking Christ. That's actually a little illegal, and I feel a wee bit bad about it. A wee bit bad. I mean, you know how hard it is to get these 12 ranks on a weapon, and I just casually scrolled over it, and we just did it. Actually not fine. Oh no, I don't want the maximum life. I would like to hit the attack speed here. Can we please hit the attack speed? I mean, I don't have the money to waste to go for, like, see, right? I don't have the money to waste to go for these perfect rolls. That's what I also like to say. So having this weapon right now is obviously extremely lucky. But now for me trying to aim to get this attack speed upgraded, nah. I'm not even remotely interested in wasting my money doing that. Okay, we gotta re-roll the vulnerable damage into attack speed. Thank you. And then we gotta re-roll the resource cost damage over time. to attack speed. Wow. That's kind of sad. Thank you, attack speed. Okay. That one comes away for now. So we have like now a attack speed increase, like, right? Almost doubled from what we had before. That's good. So does my Blight stack damage with this build? What do you mean? The real damage you're doing is Shadow Blight key passive. Okay, that's your damage. Your Soul Rift is not doing damage. Your Blight is not doing damage. Your Sever is not doing damage. The only damage, the billions of damage you see here, 6 billion, that is your Soul Rift. Okay. And we're pretty much missing 200% damage currently. You heard right. Missing round about 200% damage. Due to missing ranks in Reaper's Pursuit. And for Reaper's Pursuit, we're missing 10 ranks right now. So as soon as we acquire those, things are looking juicy. Well, we do good damage, don't get me wrong, right? But we're not doing insane damage yet. We're just doing good damage. I mean, we still have to get our glyphs, obviously, to Legendary. So if I now get all my glyphs to Legendary, we'll do way more damage. And we're working on it. Can someone help me with tier 4 Lilith? Why do you want to kill tier 4 Lilith? You can just kill her in tier 1. Unless there's a seasonal quest for killing her on tier 4. Q-Soul, good to see you there, brother. Rerolls shouldn't cost 5 million. Yes, rerolls should be not costing 5 million. That was a 10 billion, so we did the double digit. You're already getting punished reroll-wise for wasting the resources and having to respend the resources. So making that cost 5 million is just still tone deaf. Gotta kill tier 4 Lilith with Chaos Armor on. Interesting. I mean, random advice just becomes so strong that you kill her instantly. Like my what's it called again? The Druid, for example, has no problem with that. It's a joke. But the Druid also does hundreds of billions of damage easily. So, I guess that's scam. Puddle Druid did it for you, exactly. Puddle Druid is just illegal. In that regard. Okay, I wonder if I should play the Fist of Fate normal. Because with lucky hit chance, I could do some bonus shadow damages. The bonus lucky hit chance would actually be good. But if I use Fist of Fate, I would need Fist of Fate with a max roll on intelligence to make that work. I don't think... max roll on attack speed. I don't think I have that. How to make Catalyst Raven tankier? You get more max life, you get maximum resistance, you get maximum armor, and then you're good to go. I mean, right now, the only reason why my Cataclysm Druid was not tankier is I was lacking Paragon points. I mean, we were already speedrunning Pit 100s with like 160 Paragon points. Now I'm at 200 Paragon points, so I can make the build just tremendously tankier by taking more max life nodes and stuff. What do they mean when they say Uber Lilith? Well, it's just Lilith. I mean, we're talking about Lilith that you do in the Torment tiers, which is considered Uber Lilith. But obviously, there's nothing Uber about her anymore. She's a sad joke on how cool she used to be and how powerful. Did Lilith receive the Duriel treatment? Lilith has no more faces if you kill her fast enough. If you kill her fast enough, no more faces. Okay, Essence, Bob. And is that +2 again? So 42, 44, 40, 42, 44, I need to do a pit 78, I think, to get +3, right? I got +3, that would be 41, 43, 45. Yeah, if I do a 78, that should work, technically. Let's see. Was it 40 levels or 50 levels different? I forgot, Chan. Let's collect some blighted marks. Get some more warp, but again, the warp is useless as I want to level up these skills. So 78. And we definitely want to do pit 100 today, but for that, I need to put down some significant farm, right? It's going to be a bit of a random fiesta to get to that point. But I believe we can do it. Best part about this build is, chat, you can really just hold down the button, so I don't even have to spam this, right? I can move this now to my right click, and I actually hold down right click. So this is an actual mouse only build. What we could do is we could get ourselves the inexorable Reaper aspect, because right now I don't even know what my Pan's aspect is. I'm going to be honest with you, and I actually also don't know what my boot aspect is. Yeah, you heard right, Chad. So both of these aspects I didn't even look at. I have no clue. That's how randomly strong you are, right? Didn't even have to throw an eye on it. Do you use WASD? No, that would ruin my wrist. I left click forward and then I right click for my main skin most of the time. Not a WASD fan for ARPGs. I like to click to get to my destination. Okay, in order to like meaningful get faster, the only thing I need is Even Piercer. This is actually really sad, right? Because I know that I have to now commit to boss fight farming until I can't no more. And there's like no other way to meaningful increase my power, which is not completely correct. I could obviously get chaotic armor that I can put on, like getting myself the, what is it called again? Getting myself the Litless Wall as chaotic armor would be great. And we'll definitely want to pick it up because I need to see how much of a power boost that is, right? But I obviously need to get powerful without it as well. And when you get to 100% attack speed too, make a big difference. Should explode some corpses in between because we still have like the 40% bonus damage from exploding corpses, right? But I always forget to like use this. This is like for, what is it called again? Flash Eater. This season sucks. I heavily disagree, but each to their own, sir. The power creep we're getting through the chaotic purges is quite fun. It makes every build better, makes every build more enjoyable to play, and we can play builds that we never considered possible before. That's how I'm looking at it, personally. Always gives me joy. More builds to play, more stuff to do, more fun to have. more impossible things to make work. I mean, who would have ever thought that a build spamming Soul Rift is actually going to be a thing, right? Who would have ever guessed that this is an actual possible build? But here we are. Chaotic armor is more rare than Ubers. I mean, you are guaranteed to get chaotic armor from Arctic in Infernal Hordes. You're guaranteed to get chaotic armor from Infernal Caches for Reputation. And there's easy ways to farm both. So, not sure where chaotic armor is more rare than Ubers. Unless you didn't inform yourself how these methods work. Funny how I'm taking like longer through the dungeon than for the boss fight. It's actually backwards. Wonder if a random bloodless scream would be good for this build. So see, that's +3, guys. +2, +2, and upgrade. Boom. Nice. Brings us up to 2,000 crit damage. We'll love to see it. My essence glyph here. Definitely have to 1, 2, 3, 4. Get that one. If we have to go over this side. No, I'm gonna get this. How much crit as possible. We probably have to redo some boards to find like slight better ways to do things. First legendary glyph though for more damage, so that's a goody goody good. Oh, that one isn't even activated. Oh, shame on me, Chan. Missing out on easy damage. Mr. Tech, thank you for your subscription and support. Noop, good to see you there too. Jansen, thank you for the 45 months. Bukita, welcome back. Dankeschön. This build will be gone in Season 11. Yes. I mean, right now, this only works because of the Chaotic perk. It does not work because of anything else. So Chaotic perk is pretty much what makes this viable, what makes this function. And there's no, like, if the Chaotic perks are gone, then the build ain't working anymore. The season's really good. I mean, it's as always. Either you hate it or you love it. Diablo 4 has no more middle ground. Like, there's no mediocre feeling people. Like, either you start a season, you're like, yeah, man, this is fire. Or you're going to start a season, you're like, this is ass. Right? I feel like that most people that think Diablo 4 seasons are ass are just people that are generally unhappy with the direction Diablo 4 is going. And that's completely fine, right? You don't like the direction Diablo 4 is going in, then that's your choice. If you actually do like Diablo 4 as like the base game, what it has to offer, it seems like these people are the ones that are usually happy with what's being thrown at them. Have you posted this build anywhere? No, it's going to be posted either tonight after the stream or tomorrow morning. I just haven't decided yet how much time I find. I got some garden projects going today that need to be done. Like, we're so behind on stuff. It's crazy. So, that might have to take first step. I'm sorry. And then we can focus on the guide for tomorrow morning. I should be able to put the planner in the YouTube video, though. Right? So, there will most likely... I'll finish the stream. I'll sit down. I'll make the planner. And I'll post the planner as the top comment. But it's pretty much only going to be the planner without explanations, okay? So it's going to be like, yeah, that's the build, congrats. And then the whole explanation is going to follow, right? I'm interested to see what they do in Season 11, which is the Tempered Masterwork. Well, I wouldn't expect too much. Right now, what I hope they do with Tempered Masterwork is to just make it more convenient. So the first thing that Tempered Masterworking needs is that I can keep my temper. So let's say I try to upgrade from 2 ranks of finality to 4, that I can still choose to keep the old level of temper, right? I don't have to swap out my 2 ranks of finality for something else if I then just temper. That already would be good. and also resetting masterwork ranks that instead of going from 12 down to 0, I can go from 12 down to 8 and then to 4 and whatsoever, right? We need more nuance to the whole system that makes it more deterministic and less random YOLO-DOLO fuckery. Because that's the sadness, right? Right now, it's just a complete random YOLO-DOLO system. There is no, like... Yeah, there's not enough control over the process. And that makes crafting for me boring, because crafting, like, the word crafting for me means, like, I have some control, right? I'm actively doing something and not I'm just pulling the slot machine and hope something comes out of it. It's personally how I feel about crafting, right? I need control to a degree. If I don't have that control, then the system is ass. Guess I'm looking at you, Path of Exile. It has gotten more control, though. Gotta shout out to Jonathan. When it might make it too easy to masterwork then, but you know what? What do I fucking care? What do I care if it's then too easy to get good masterwork stuff? The casual player will still struggle. The good player will struggle less, but the good player anyways didn't struggle, right? Like, casual player will struggle a bit less, but still struggle. The good players will not struggle at all anymore, but hey, they never struggled in the beginning, right? I mean, if you sometimes look at the creator Discord, right? They're like, hey, yesterday I went through 200,000 Opticide. I'm like, sir, I'm not getting 200,000 Opticide per season, right? There's no season where I've sat down and I've gotten 200,000 Opticide. What's wrong with you? Right? So these people, they don't have a problem anyways. We don't need to make it easier for these people. We need to make it easier for us, for, you know, for the normal people with normal time schedules. The reason I stopped playing is that the gear skills build that you spend a season perfecting is dead on a season is over, Shelter. I see that sentiment a lot, but what I can only say about that is maybe seasonal content is not for you, right? But because like ARPGs are seasonal content, yes, and seasonal content is not for everyone. I totally get that. So maybe you're just not a person that enjoys seasonal content. Done. There's actually not much to discuss about that, right? Either you enjoy seasonal content and you like what happens there with the resets, and then you can start from the beginning again, and you can start getting strong again, and then you know, and then you do it again, and then you do it again, and then you do it again, and then you do it. Leonard, Popter, thank you for the 48 months of support. Popter, welcome back, brother. Thank you very much for 4 years of subscriptions. Class this Necro. What's this build called? Soulshred.
It is done.
Gloves. What are we doing right now? We're trying to get materials for bosses, I guess. Oh, that's Gregoire as a whisper. I'm trying to do whispers. I'm trying to get chaotic armors. Oh, you know what? An Infernal Horde. Okay, chat, let's do an 8-wave Infernal Horde, because we haven't done one of those in a while, and see how we fare. We haven't done them since we boosted the build. Oh, you know, wait, chat, wait. First things first. Let's actually put on aspects. Because I missed something. So as I told you, I have the aspects I need, right? I have the aspect of the damned, I have the aspect of decay, I have the sacrificial, and I have the blighted aspect. Cool. Then we have the damage reduction aspect with hardened bones, and we have the cursed aura. The thing is, I never looked at my boots. I have like every 4 seconds your skeletal mages cast a blizzard.
Magic in all things.
Yeah. Bam. Chat, bam. I might have, yeah. What can I say? Might have just not cared what my boots have for an aspect, because it doesn't really matter for the grand scheme of things. Here, movement speed and intelligence. Okay, what could we play
Neither good nor evil.
for an aspect?
How may I help you?
When I could play some random utility here, just like could put Curse Aura on, use the helmet for a defensive aspect, but I don't even need a defensive aspect. That's the whole point, right? Nothing we really need. That's the whole thing. I mean, Iron Maiden is also now a darkness skill and deals shadow damage way, so we can stun enemies if I wanted to. Useless. Mobility aspects are also somewhat useless. You know what we need? We need Vampiric. Metamorphosis. Why Metamorphosis? Because Metamorphosis allows me to go unstoppable on a dash. That's the only last thing that makes sense here. Boop, you're dead. You stink. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in case you missed it, by the way, we released a video on this. Hellish Mosses. No, we're going to go for... Actually, Hellish Mosses is not bad. Because the Hellborn that can come out of the Mosses are up to 3. So that means you kill an Etheric Mass, you get 3 Hellborns, you kill the Hellborns, and you instantly pretty much have another Etheric event. This wasn't like the best choice, but also not the worst choice. See, like 3 Hellborn come out and boom, next event. You notice what I just said? You know, like you see, chat? Kind of interesting, right? So this is how you can pretty much like force more ether events. Again, it's not good, but it works. Okay, if I get one more Soul Spire now, like, we're throwing hands, okay? That was like 3 Soul Spires in a row. Please more. See, that's 3 Hellborns again. Boom, easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then next ether event and next ether event. And if you get faster ether events, these 3 Hellborns that come out sometimes even give you like 2 more ether events right away. Kind of cool. Okay, Surging Hellborn. When Hellborn spawn, it's more. Draining Spire is obviously useless. Hungry Spires is really good. So I would like to take the Surging Hellborn, but Hungry Spires is better. Because when Hungry Spires pull enemies together, there's guaranteed tons of ether out of that. It's like at least another 100 ether for the 8-way fort. See, like everyone that dies now in this spire, right, leaves behind more or less an ether. So it's just so ridiculously good. As alone, like 10 ether or so bonus just from that, this wave. Okay, this is working really good for Infernal Hordes. I'm not surprised, right? The only thing I could say that's missing is pulling things together. So if I could pull things together, like from the outer sides of the map, so I don't have to run to them, that would be great. So I might consider playing the Cry Rune, chat. Cry Rune would say if I don't take damage, then every 4 seconds I pull enemies together, like Neo Cry. And I think that might actually be a good thing to do. What do you think? Okay, Surging Hellborn, Exalted Fiends, or Fiendish Legion, all good. But since we're in an 8-way fort, I go for the Chaos Wave to guaranteed get my 666 ether, right? Oh, this is one of the weaker Chaos Waves. This is one of the weaker Chaos Waves. I don't need a pair of boots that gives me evade cooldown whenever I attack, right? Right now what I would need. So we're attacking so much, and if I could now dash more, that'd be very useful. This wave is busted for range classes. Yeah, my Druid and my Druid, pretty much. Forget we have no more than that. Actually, absolutely makes short work of this wave. Because it pretty much hits like everything everywhere. So that wasn't even a good Chaos Wave. Chaos Waves are gambling enough today. Hellborn Ground Ether, Exalted Hordes. Yeah, Ether events are faster. This is what we're talking about. So if I now get these Etheric Masses, and these Etheric Masses spawn out the Hellborns randomly, then I just get so much like so much ether event progress that I spawned like almost 2 new ether events just like that, right? So useful. See those 4 Hellborns? Boom, ether event, done. Crazy how quick that goes. And ether event. That is a soul spire, that's good. Now we just need like a meaningful buff, and that's why I was like kind of unhappy with going into the Chaos Wave, right? Because if we now choose Hellborn spawn 1 more, I would have even had the whole thing just cooking harder than it's already cooking right now. This gameplay, is it fun hitting 1 button for 3 months? Sir, you seem to be under the impression that we play nothing else but this one class. To answer your question, is it fun to press 1 button for a build? Yes, it is, because you first got to get to this point. So you might misunderstand, sir, right? Because you first have to get to this point where you can press 1 button. So you got to develop the build to the point where this is possible, and then you got to increase the strength of the build. Now, obviously, would I prefer to play a combo build that uses multiple skills to do a lot of damage? Absolutely. The issue, though, is if that combo build does not do meaningful more damage than smashing 1 button, why would I then do a combo build? The age-old problematic, right? Now, you could say, but Pony, other ARPGs use more buttons. No, they don't. If I play Path of Exile and make a build that uses more than 2 buttons, people are going to yell at me. Sometimes even if it uses more than 1 button, right? So it's not like this is a one game exclusive issue. It's a thing that exists. But if I'm also playing a character for 20 hours, I don't necessarily want to have to spend 5 different keys the whole time to get my top end damage, right? I want to automatize things. Can I find your build? This build is not published yet, sir. You can ask questions though that we're here for. We're pretty much in the perfecting stage and getting this to the level where I want it to be at. Okay, Stalking Devil is 100 ether, and that's in this case the best thing I can take because we're almost at 666, so why would I not take 100 ether boost, right? At the end of the stream, we're going to be creating the planner for you and post it as the top comment. Necro would have blast from the start. I mean, Necro is great with minions from the beginning on. It's still really, really fun to do. Minions just feel a bit bad for for Infernal Hordes, right? Like, if you do minions in Infernal Hordes, it's a bit unlucky. What do you want it to be? That's a good amount of ether we're getting here, chat. 666 should be safe this time around. I'm kind of intrigued that we actually have been going for Hellborn and it has been working, because usually it's like, don't take Hellborn, chat. Don't take Hellborn. They're horrible this season. Yet though, you can do some good with it. Okay, what do we get? We get the teaming masses have a chance to... No, another devil. Let's go. Another 100. Easy peasy. How do you like the Raven build? I've been playing Pulverized Druid and want to shake things up. Raven build is insane, Connor. The fun part compared to Pulverized Druid is that you can stand in the middle and do damage everywhere. So with Pulverized, you kind of got to walk into your enemies, right? With Pulverized, you gotta walk somewhere to do stuff. And with the Raven build, you don't have to go anywhere. You can just cast, like, you can stand in the middle of the Helltide and just cast your Ravens outwards and they hit everyone. It's that simple. And that's kind of cool. Especially you also have like the Cataclysm that hits everyone around. It's quite nifty. Big recommendation to give it a try. Okay, we're sitting at 600. That was quite simple for this wave. I mean, the double Stalking Devil have helped there a lot. Did you do the Vessel of Hatred campaign for leveling? No, I do a combination of Helltides together with seasonal quests, Chaos Rift dungeons, and the strongholds, and it takes me 3 hours and 30 minutes maximum to level up a character. Okay, chat, what would you do right now? Would you take the Bursting Masses? Would you take the Fiends, or would you go into the Chaos Waves? What's your choice? I mean, obviously, in this case, since we're close to 666, it doesn't really matter. I don't have the best offerings in the world, so I'm going to choose the Chaos Wave. It could be a Goblin event. That would be nice, right? It's the Chaos... Yeah, well, you know what? The Chaos Mass is fine. It's not the best kind of event, but it's okay-ish enough. This is also better for a range class, again, right? If you have, like, for example, your Cataclysm hitting around you, it just hits the Chaos Portals without you having to move. I gotta kind of, like, move in their direction. Chaos always. I wouldn't say always. I usually, like, in 10-wave forts, I avoid Chaos Waves completely. And in 9 out of 10 cases, have more Ether. Chaos Waves are a bit gambling because you never know what kind of Chaos event you might get. And you might actually get, like, a terrible one, right? Like, for example, if I got Etheric Worms with this build, Etheric Worms are also bad for me because I, like, need to, again, walk, like, up to you. I mean, however, I could probably just cast less Shadow Blights, I gotta say, because the damage is so high with even a few Shadow Blights that I don't even need more. 848. Let's go for Bartek and hope that we get a cool Chaotic Armor. Can Gathlin's Birthright be a Shadow Armor? No! Can't actually be a Shadow Armor. Sorry. Bye. Okay, let's see what we got here, ladies and gentlemen. What is it going to be? We got a Black River, useless. And we get a Crown of Lucian. Crown of Lucian actually being good. Not that we need it for this build, but it is quite good for other builds. I don't like the game baiting with Rift. It's that legendary Rift with a unique reward. There's no reward. Tommy, the, how do I say this now? In Helltides, some of the Rifts are broken and don't work as they should. I'm sorry to tell you that. So yes, I've got unique Rifts as well, and I didn't get rewards. I had also Rifts that were supposed to give me case uniques, and they didn't. Mostly that things are just somewhat broken in Helltides. Okay, we are able to clap Urvar's cheeks, so we have to go back to get more chests. Let's do the Whisper here quickly. How does this build play out? Just keep pressing Soul Rift. That is correct. You do nothing else but pressing Soul Rift. The problem is that the game doesn't show you that you're stacking Soul Rift. So you do 1 Soul Rift, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and you notice how the Soul Rift sucking gets faster, right? Because in the beginning, it seems like you can only have 1 Soul Rift up, right? That's not true. You can stack Soul Rifts on top of each other. So this is not 1 Soul Rift. These are now 10 Soul Rifts on top of each other, right? And they're all existing as singular instances. And each instance of Soul Rift sucks souls. So this dude is now not being sucked by 1 Soul Rift. I'm sucking him wholesale with all my Soul Rifts. And that is leading to a lot of Shadow Blight damage. When I say a lot of Shadow Blight damage, I mean a lot of Shadow Blight damage. Yeah, no stack counter, exactly. But it works, Xerix. I mean, I'm gonna say it's a mistake on their side to not add an overlay for how many Soul Rift stacks you have. There should have been one. There's no reason that there is none. Like, bad. Diablo bad, D4 bad, because they forget to put that in. And I think it is a grave oversight and a mistake. They should fix that. I mean, at least when you do Bone Storms, you kind of see how many Bone Storms are up, right? So that's a difference. Like, the only indicator you have for more Soul Rifts being up is that the Soul Rifting gets faster. Right, you notice how your sucking life out of the enemy just gets quicker. And that's the only indicator you have for there's actually something happening, right? Otherwise, you have no indicator. With blood waves, you also see blood waves going out, right? They all have kind of like indicators, just not Soul Rift. It's like for this kind of content, I don't even need to stack maximum Soul Rift. So at this point, it's like enough to have like one Soul Rift up. I mean, obviously for the Hellborn and whatever, I'm just going to spam it away now as hard as I can. But for normal enemies, like one Rift is already enough. And then I'm here, right? And I do like the full spamming because I want to destroy as hard as possible. As soon as these lads are dead, we're just like, yeah, whatever. We're good. Are you getting a Spiritborn build this season? No, but we're going to start a new class tomorrow. So today is finishing the Necromancer. We have to still level up a lot of our glyphs. We got to fine tune the Paragon board and that kind of stuff. And then tomorrow is going to be already a new class. I haven't decided which one it's going to be. I am tending towards Sorceress because I want to do the Oaken's Catalyst build, the Boom Sork. I know it's the Zoom Sork. There's the Zoom and the Boom Sork. The problem is that most creators that have made Sork builds right now are telling you that you need 24,000 Chaos Armors to make it work. I've yet to see like a normal, legendary Sork, right? So yeah. That might be the reason to do it. You play PoE? Yes, my friend. I played the last 3 weeks nothing but PoE. And made fun builds. Okay, can I just stand AFK here? Does that work? You know, could I just stand AFK here without moving? I mean, let's say minimal movement to kill like the outliers. That's why we need the Cry Rune. Katie, you're pleased to the Sork? Okay, I'll have to see that. I mean, I definitely want to do Sork. I definitely want to do Spiritborn. I found the Barbarian to be quite interesting because Barbarian can now have shouts permanently active, which is kind of cool. A nice passive booster. And there's actually my favorite, the Flay Ren Super Bleed Barb is going crazy, so I kind of want to do that. But it's on the weaker side, so we all know that Sork is right now next to Necro and Druid, one of the strongest classes. There's that. Oh, I almost died. Oops. .206 Paragon. Our main goal today will still be getting the better Even Piercer, Chad. I hope I don't have to go on the trade market to get myself a better Even Piercer because I really don't want to. I want to natively pull it out of my booty. This build uploaded on your MOBA? Nope, this build doesn't exist on my MOBA. Not only not updated, it simply doesn't exist. So what we need is living steel, chat, living steel, and then a little bit more living steel because I need to kill as many Gregoire the Galvanic Saints as possible. Oh. Hopefully getting some Belials on the way. Or I just buy myself 99 stacks of Belial mats, right? What are your plans for Last Epoch when the expansion releases? I'll probably not play it. I like Last Epoch, but I don't like it too much. You know, I tolerate its existence. Not my biggest cup of tea. I mean, right now I like to focus more on Diablo and Path of Exile, and that already has my plate full. Plus other release games. I mean, for example, in 4 days, guys. In 4 days, we have Ghost of Yotei. What am I going to do now? Am I going to stop playing Diablo for Ghost of Yotei? I should, you know? But at the same time, I have so many more Diablo builds I want to do. I think Diablo has more player base than PoE 2. If Diablo has a new patch, then it has more player base than PoE 2. And if then PoE 2 has a new patch, it has more player base than Diablo 4. And if then Diablo 4 has a new patch, it has more player base than, like, you know? And if then there's another patch, then you get it? It's kind of how it works. I mean, it's an ARPG. I mean, always the game with the coolest patch has the most players at that point. What's the most efficient way to farm for boss mats? If you farm the Lady of the Helltide, she'll give you a lot of blood. Tons of blood, to be honest. If you do Nightmare Dungeons, you get a tons of Distilled Fear. I think that the Helltide is the best choice for boss mats because you get Living Steel, you get the blood, and you also get the hearts for Varshan. Plus, there can be random Urivar masks popping out of the Helltide chest. So generally speaking, Helltide is just the king of boss material farm. I mean, you could technically also just go for the... What's it called again? You could go for the Undercity with the Tribute of Titans, but they kind of nerfed how many Tribute of Titans we're getting. Right? Ashley, thank you for the raid. Greetings to your community. Hope you had a splendid stream and enjoyed yourself. I just realized why I couldn't use more than 4 soul rifts. I don't... Oh, the Crown of Lucian. Yes, sir. So the Crown of Lucian does not give you cooldown. The Crown of Lucian makes your skill cost more. Every cast of Crown of Lucian makes your skill more expensive. So what I assume is then when you're using Crown of Lucian that you made your skills so expensive that you just simply couldn't cast it anymore. That's the most likeliest explanation, sir. 7, your cooldown reduction Shaco. I don't even know which build needs Shaco this season. You know? I mean, none of the builds I'm planning needs Shaco. Luckily. Sork according to most. Ah, yeah, okay, sure. Depending on what kind of Sork you want to play. That is true, depending on what Sork you want to play. I mean, if you want to go for the maximum evade, shenanigan, teleport around thingy, but I don't think that's even needed, right? Considering that we have Ball of Lightning Sork that's just already zooming at the speed of light. Don't even see where we would need more evade. When will you post this build? When the stream is over, I'm going to create the planner. Then I'm going to post the planner as the top comment of the YouTube video. And we'll create the guide tomorrow morning. That's currently the plan. I can't create the guide today because I got gardening to do. I got a shovel to swing. I got 1.5 tons of tiny stones to carry around. The sigh. I was hyped for the new Ghost of Yotei game. I mean, I'm looking curiously forward to it. Ghost of Yotei. But I'm not as excited for Ghost of Yotei as I was for Ghost of Tsushima, right? Because Ghost of Tsushima was the new thing. It was cool. It was exciting. Like, it was the first time, right? I mean, as good as Ghost of Yotei is or is not going to be, it's just the predecessor, right? It's just the second game. It's not the new thing. So I'm just like, I'm like, yay, but it's not like, woo, super yay. It's the same with God of War, right? I was excited for the newest God of Wars, but I was excited as the first one, obviously. You're all dead. So there's one mistake, by the way, that can ruin this build, ladies and gentlemen, that I did in the beginning. And that was I chose to play Power Siphon. Power Siphon reduces your overall resource. And I played that in the beginning, not realizing how many soul rifts you can stack on top of each other. So I assumed that the Power Siphon would give me so much damage that it's not worth it to just keep spamming and stacking and putting like more and more soul rifts on top of each other. Until I noticed that you can put so many soul rifts on top of each other that it's actually illegal. Like, seriously. Levels of illegal. Okay, where am I going to get my greater affixed even piercer now from? From the greater collection of chaos. Come on. The ring, it could be an attack speed ring. Malignant hearts. And we could probably just farm some Varshans here to get ourselves, or some random, like, exquisite blood. Just to get ourselves maybe some Belials to then maybe get a greater affixed amulet. Right. Not impossible. Where's my... you know what? I'm gonna be lazy and just go for the amulet. Love the StarCraft skins. The StarCraft skins are great. I luckily got a code from our friends over at Blizzard, so I didn't have to buy them, because otherwise they're just simply too expensive. And this is the Queen of the Storm skinny. That Barbarian skin is next level. I don't know if you've seen it. I can show you in a bit. And there's also the Arkin skin that looks really cool for the sword. Gotta say, pretty good looking. Chest of amulets, just give me the Even Piercer. No, the easiest thing to get would be like an Even Piercer Chaotic Unique, and then we're just done, right? Haven't seen any of those yet. So, the Barbarian skin. Let's quickly just lock out for a GIF. The Barbarian skin is... that one here. Plenty cool. And this is the Queen of the Storm. The Hive Queen. I finished D4's main campaign for the first time. It's so good. It is! Often people forget, overshadowed by all the happenings inside this game, how goddamn good the actual campaign was the first time around, right? Going through all the cutscenes, finding out what Lilith was cooking, the Lithe betrayal, the capstone dungeons. Actually, do the capstone dungeons still exist? No, they don't exist anymore for the campaign, right? Oh, that's something that's actually missing. So, you know, you beat the campaign and then you have the capstone dungeons to go to the world tiers. That's missing. True, Chad. Thank you for reminding me. Kind of sad, to be honest. Right? The expansion story was mid, but the main story was good. I liked the expansion story. It was a bit foreseeable in what was happening, so maybe a bit too predictable. However, I'm really excited to see where we're taking this, because, so spoiler alert, right? Sorry if you haven't beaten the story, it's your own fault. Game's 2 years old, screw you. I like the premise of Mephisto having been able to return and now sitting in the body of Akarit, because he's obviously like that spiritual leader and can fool everyone. So I'm gonna be like intriguing to see what the trickster is up to. Obviously returning his brothers back to the fold. Who would have guessed? Unless he's planning something more sinister, like ascending to Super Demon by consuming them, which I don't think is actually possible, but we'll see. It's looking interesting for the Mephisto timeline. Let the man get cooking there. Is Mephisto everyone's favorite demon? I mean, he like, I like Asmodeen more. So from Diablo 2, Mephisto definitely my favorite one. But when you then had Asmodeen come out with his plot to destroy the World Stone and just his general design, right? I like that general like Asmodeen like 4-leg spider design thingy. That I like that more. But Mephisto itself, just from a boss design, was just the coolest. I mean, Maltael was just an angel, so yay, angel with sizes, right? Female Diablo was cool. I like that when we invaded the heavens. But Mephisto just has a fun place in your heart. Guy's really cool. With Rot leaving, the next expansion will be 2027. No, and I can tell you why. Okay, so you might have missed one thing, chat, but Diablo 4 invited a bunch of creators in summer to come to their HQ. Now, what you might not know is that Diablo also invited last year a bunch of creators to their HQ, and the creators that were there did actually get to have a pre-look at Vessel of Hatred, right? So these creators were invited to check that out. So my base assumption is, hey, why would Diablo ever invite 20 creators to their HQ if they're not going to either show them Season 11, because showing them Season 10 was obviously useless, so Season 11 changes, and or if you're already inviting 20 creators plus, you're probably going to show them the new expansion, right? So assumption made there, I would reckon that that's what happened. And if you already invite a bunch of creators to show them the product, then it can't be too far away from actual release, right? Basic deduction, Watson. What other glyph are we updating? Eliminator, Gravekeeper. Man, we got Essence fully juiced. Here. Non-physical damage. Damage. Oh, wow. We have a lot of obolts. Oh, we could gamble amulets and hope we get an even piercer. Chat, should we do that? I mean, that seems like so unrealistic, but you know what? Fuck you. What otherwise should I do? We finally get our Paladin back. I still hope for some kind of holy caster. So I want a Paladin, but I don't want a Paladin, right? I want a priest. Someone that, like, smites people with like... I want to summon 2 holy crosses behind me that shoot out holy laser beams. And then I want to smite demons with, like, rays of light and stuff like that. So kind of like a Paladin, but more like a priest, but a Paladin, you know? Okay, guys, look! I got some unique amulets, but I got the wrong one, the wrong one, the wrong one, the wrong one, and the wrong one. I get 2 times the right one, but none of them is greater affix, sadly. Now I get an amulet with 3 ranks to Tides of Blood, which is actually pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
That sounds more like a Crusader, to be honest. No, listen. I want a cool Holy Light Priest. Like the idea of not just like not going full plate armor. I mean maybe like light plate armor, robes, and then just go around on the battlefield. You know when you remember in the story when the hordes of light, when the Paladin Order went into hell together with Inarius to kind of like smite all the demons so Inarius could fight Lilith. And then you have that priestess who stands in the front rows while the hordes of demons approach the hordes of hell, the Order of Light, and kind of like that kind of priest, right? Discipline priest like World of Warcraft, so something in that direction. Just something fresh, right? As much as I want Paladin, can we have Paladin with a twist? Right? I mean, let's be fair. What's Spiritborn? Spiritborn is monk with a twist, right? Let's not kid ourselves. The Spiritborn wasn't something super new. It's just monk with a twist. We got a martial arts class that's kind of like monk but different. So most likely we'll get paladin but different. Give us both or give us both. But we're only going to get one new class, right? I mean, I would be heavily surprised if Diablo would ever consider giving us like 2 classes. Because that just doesn't fit their milking plan, right? One new class per expansion, then 1 year of updates, somehow trying to make us happy, which actually kind of works. And then after a year and so, another class again. I mean, at this point, like, we're 1 year after the Spiritborn release, and there's still people that don't own the expansion. There's still people that have never played the Spiritborn. So, what's the use of even making more than 1 class when still a lot of people have never actually played that 1 new class? Because they might have not found it interesting, but yeah, still. Diablo mobile game has more classes than Diablo 4. Well, I guess the Diablo mobile game is also earning more money than Diablo 4, and that by a vast margin. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chan. I wonder when we're getting the, what was it called, the Blood Knight, right? When we actually get the Blood Knight into Diablo 4. When we know there is a Blood Knight, we know this class exists. There's the skills for it, there are the animations for it, there's the models for it. They all exist in the mobile game. Where's my Blood Knight? Give it to me, right? Meow. On D3, I bought the expansion set and first started playing Necro also 2 seasons later. I mean, how long did it take to get Necromancer after the Diablo 3 release? Wasn't that a couple of years in? Or there was actually the grand release of the Necro? I mean, people seem to always forget that kind of timeline, right? When they talk about these things, they want everything now. They don't want to wait. I'm going to blame Fortnite, chat. Yeah, you heard me right. I'm blaming Fortnite. Fortnite made people think that, like, new content needs to be happening instantly. Live service games need to pump out more content, no more waiting times. Give it to me. You just completed Tactician. Did you try out the, what's it called again? The explosive shot Deadeye. Explosive shot Deadeye that we did. You should look at that, sir. It was insane. So much fun. Okay, let's get these glyphs here upgraded. +3, +3, +3, and +2. So now I need 41, 43, 45. Yeah, I can do another one of these. And boom, we're going to have the next thing upgraded. So that would be 2 legendary glyphs already. I still think Urivar can actually drop an Even Piercer. So should we try to get another Even Piercer, Chad? Should we try to get another Even Piercer? I guess we should, right? Let's check out if anyone is a Whisper right now. We have a Whisper here. We have a Whisper. Ah, you know what? Let's get another quick Whisper. Diablo Immortal is sadly pay to win, unless you don't care about PvP. Then you can play Diablo Immortal without any pay to win, right? I actually did try out Diablo Immortal because I wanted to see it. I don't find it sad what Diablo Immortal has more classes. Diablo Immortal has more game modes. You know what I mean? So like let's not talk about Diablo Immortal having more classes. Let's talk about it having more interesting game modes. Because Diablo Immortal actually has some really interesting roguelike game mode. Where like it was like some kind of Vampire Survivor-esque game mode in Diablo Immortal, and that was so cool. Where's my Vampire Survivor mode in Diablo? because I was hoping that they actually turn Infernal Hordes into a roguelike mode, right? So I like Infernal Hordes, right? We all like Infernal Hordes, chat. But what I'm missing is a continuity between Infernal Horde runs. So if I could do one Infernal Horde, finish it, and then I jump into the next Infernal Horde, 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 and between these Infernal Hordes, I could maintain potentially the Banes and the Boons, or I could choose some permanent buffs that then would pre-exist for the runs I do, like Hades style, right? To then go further and further and further and further. That would have been kind of cool. Flashy, I'm not sure. I think the mobile game is not being done by Diablo, right? Isn't there a complete different company taking care of the mobile game? It's a little bit like PUBG and PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile is being done by Tencent, right? While PUBG itself is being done by the PUBG Corp. And obviously Tencent is doing a better job than the PUBG Corp. because why would the actual company do a better job than the random company doing the mobile game? You have a build guide? No, sadly not, Nomit. We're going to make that later. NetEase, the Chinese company, exactly. I don't think generally that the Diablo 4 devs are bad, right? I think a lot of people are like D4 devs are bad. No, I don't think that. The D4 devs are good. What's missing is an overall grand vision. I think often that the Diablo 4 devs are thinking too small, right? They're thinking way too small. They're like, how can we fix a problem now, but not how can we make it future proof, right? So the current changes on the Infernal Hordes, they were literally like, okay, we brought Infernal Hordes, like we made Infernal Hordes, we updated them to a point where they should have been from release on, right? So we made them better, yeah, congratulations. But not like what the future holds, right? So pretty much for them, they updated them to Infernal Hordes 2.0, but that's also going to be it. Because does any one of you genuinely expect another update to the Infernal Hordes in the next 6 to 12 months? Because I don't, and that's the sad part, right? I was hoping for them to have like a grand vision for the Infernal Hordes, and like we're kind of missing like the long-term planning on their side a little bit. And that's probably the sad part about the D4 development cycle currently. They're thinking season to season, exactly. They're not only thinking only season to season, they're thinking problem to problem, okay? So right now, they updated Infernal Hordes. Next season is going to be the update to Tempering and Masterworking. Next season is going to be the update to right? So we're kind of missing this grand vision. There's something missing, like this big plan where Diablo 4 is going, right? So there might be somewhat of a 5-year plan, but I think that's a very loose collection of notes. That's not speaking for a big grand vision. Don't get me wrong, I don't care. Because I will play every update of D4 because I'm actually enjoying it. But I would like it if there was a bigger, grander vision, right? I would like that. I will still play the updates, I will still enjoy the updates, I'll still have fun, and I'll still bemoan what could have been at the same time. They do a weird kind of trial and error. Yes, Cartanis, that's a good way to point it out. They're a bit too timid. On the one hand, they're a bit too timid. On the other hand, remember the expansion that reworked the whole game. Bausi. Schön, dass du immer noch da bist. Und Grüße an die Ostseeküste. GGG is way better, Flashy. I mean, Grinding Gear Games is doing a great job. But they have their own problems. I mean, it's good to see that Grinding Gear Games also got their head out of their ass, right? That they finally saw, okay, we suck. I mean, some of the things we did suck, so we need to rework it. Because that's something also, like, when there's a level of ego involved, when you don't want to let go of an idea, because you're like, this idea is grand, but everyone else is telling you that the idea is actually not grand. But you're like, no, listen, I know better than all of you together. Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. And when everyone tells you, no, Jonathan, your idea is shit. But it's like, no, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. And he's like, no, Jonathan, listen. We know that you're, like we know, but you're still wrong. Sometimes it takes a while, right? Until developers move in a certain direction when they're stuck to an idea. Is everything good with the family? Yes, sir. The family's doing very well. A kid is enjoying school, so that's good. I mean, it could also be not enjoying school, and we have the second one in school next year as well. So, adventures ahead, ladies and gentlemen. The babies are growing up too fast. I wonder if GGG even plays their own game. That's the problem they do, and they might do too much Ender's Blade, because for them, the problems don't exist because they like their game too much. You know? How do I say this now? Like, in Diablo 4, we have developers that don't play the game enough. No matter how much Diablo 4 devs say they play the game, they do play the game, don't get me wrong, but they don't play it enough. And in Grinding Gear Games, you have a company that plays it too much. And the problem when developers play the game too much is that they don't perceive the same problems, right? So in Grinding Gear Games, you have a bunch of people that are not casual. They're not casual gamers, right? They're enthusiasts. They're grinders. And the problem is that grinders often don't perceive things as issues the same way as a casual player would, right? Like if someone plays a game not too much, he has way more friction points. Like if I play a game only 4 hours per week, things become problems, right? Things that cock block you, that roadblock you, you perceive as issues because it's an actual issue for you, because you don't have the time to just throw time at the issue. But if you play a game for 20 hours a week, if there's a problem, you just throw 20 hours at it. And the problem becomes not a problem because just throw more time at it, right? You solve a problem by spending more time with a problem, but that's not a solution. That's just throwing more time at it. It's like streamers give feedback, but they don't think like casual playtesters. Sir Tom, often streamers are the worst people to give feedback. I mean, I was at a Blizzard event, okay? I was at a Blizzard event with a bunch of streamers. And the issue was, without like, I'm not trying to call out anyone. The issue was that a lot of the creators, they don't think like 5-hour players. So the creators, they think like creators, and they think like hardcore gamers that spend a hardcore amount of time with a game. But when they then give feedback, it's from their standpoint. It's like, oh yeah, so we gotta do this to make it better for people that spend a lot of time with the game. And you're like, but sir, this would ruin it for people that don't spend a lot of time with the game, and those are actually 90% of the player base. So it's always good to have people that obviously want to make the game better for the 5,000-hour gamers. But the 5,000-hour gamers are just not the majority. As much as some people would wish that to be. So yes, often creators are probably the worst people to take feedback from. Not always, but often. Path of Exile is surprisingly different because creators are actually bringing good ideas to the table often there. Streamers are providing feedback are ruining games. Not for every game, but for some games, yes. But believe me that developers are not listening as much to streamers as you think they would. I mean, I'll be fair with you and honest. Like, I have the creator Discord. I am in the creator Discord. I know what creators are saying, and surprisingly, the Diablo 4 creators are actually advocating more for the casual than for the hardcore player, often. You would be surprised, you know, that the actual D4 creators are really concerned for the longevity of the game, and they really want to make it work for the longevity, which is good to see. So 1 up for D4 creators in that regard. I mean, you should see the amount of work that people put in the test server. It's actually crazy because I don't, right? So I start the Diablo test server. I try out some things, right? I'm cool. I see some potential for builds. The new uniques are shit. I'll give my feedback to Blizzard. And then there are some creators that literally they spend like 200 hours on that test server. They test every single ability down to the detail, to the animation frames and everything. And I'm like, okay, you're not getting paid for that, you know? I was like, Blizzard should have tested this, not you. But hey, like, do you. It's cool. I'm new to Diablo 4. I was thinking about purchasing it since PoE 2 Endgame is actually terrible. 4-0, it's not like that Diablo 4 has more endgame. It has different endgame. What you need is Diablo 4 plus the Vessel of Hatred expansion. If you just want to test Diablo 4, the best way to do it is get yourself the Xbox Game Pass, I would say. There's usually good sales. I mean, you can probably buy Diablo 4 for Battle.net or for Steam on sale, right? But yeah, you want to have the main game plus the expansion, and then you get quite some work ahead of you for the time being, right? Because if you're a new Diablo 4 player, you need to start playing the game, you need to start beating the campaign, you need to start beating the second campaign, and then you need to start farming renown. And then you can actually start playing the game, right? Diablo 4 is free on Steam right now, yeah, but free on Steam is only the up to level 25 version, Vertigo, if I'm not mistaken. I'm enjoying this season as a casual. I think the last seasons have been all insane for casuals. Honestly, the last season have been absolutely super S tier for casuals. The Horadric powers are insane, like killing Astaroth, really fun. The chaotic perks here also really fun. The Chaos Rift's really good mechanic that was added to the game. So all good stuff. However, we're still missing the Grand Chase. Right? We're still missing something to go for. And I think that will still be extremely hard to ever find, because adding an actual meaningful chase is hard. Path of Exile 2 does not have a meaningful chase despite them trying, right? PoE 1 has somewhat of a meaningful chase. Last Epoch does technically have a chase with the, what is it called again? With the, come on brain, say it. With the corruption and so on, but it wasn't a meaningful chase enough to kind of make me like log in every day. So making a meaningful chase is not easy. D2 is the true chase. I heavily disagree, Vinji. There is a chase in D2, but the chase is so hardcore that it's not appealing at all. Unless you are a really hardcore D2er, right? I, for example, personally never cared about playing D2 more than beating the game once. I mean, sure, there are the rune words, there are very rare items, but the amount of time you actually have to put in to get some of these items is just ridiculous. It's a hardcore chase for hardcore enthusiasts, yes. But it's not a good chase. I'm sorry, I'll die on that hill. Right? D2 is a great game, but it's for enthusiasts, right? It's like when people love playing World of Warships and try to unlock everything naturally and just like they really like hardcore into it. But it's not a good casual chase. It's simply not. I do believe that D4 is for the casual gamer mom and dad one of the best ARPGs out there. Like, if you only have 4 to 6 hours to spend per week, Diablo 4 is brilliant. Right? Because you have an easy level up curve, you have an easy path to power, you have a grind to try to beat Pit 100 or something like that, Uber Lilith, Torment 4 bosses, that kind of stuff. And the casual player still struggles with that, right? Oh, that's there. Diablo 4 is my stupid fun game. Exactly. I'm fully with you on that one. It's also my stupid fun game. Diablo 4, Diablo 2 has zero quality of life. Exactly. Big point. I'm a hardcore player in terms of playing and try to min-max everything. And I love that Blizzard caters to the casuals because you're rewarded for playing at your own pace no matter what pacing it is. Yes. I mean, if you want to get powerful in this game, you have a set of activities that you can do. No matter how much you now like the set of activities or don't like the set of activities, right? But we have a fixed set of activities that you can just work down for power. I know where to go for my boss materials. I know where to go for my Infernal Hordes. I know where to go for my Whispers. I know where to go for my Mythics. And like however long X it takes, right? I can bang my head against it and I have a guaranteed outcome after some time. Now you obviously got to decide for yourself if you find that fun or not, right? I'm not your caretaker. I can't I can't tell you if that is fun for you or no fun for you, but you have a fixed set of activities. Right? And if I kill 100 bosses, I'll inevitably have a mythic, or I could farm the mythic otherwise, right? I could go over like just popping out shards from leveling up new characters. I mean, if I wanted to, for example, just farm mythics, I could now do an hour of nightmare dungeons, and I have so much reputation that I can get 2 sparks. I know this sounds crazy, chat, right? But I can just do an hour of Nightmare Dungeons. An hour of Nightmare Dungeons is going to give me, like, what, 40,000 reputation, roughly? With that 40,000 reputation, I buy scrolls. These scrolls I use on new characters to blast through the reputation board to get myself sparks. To then, get a mythic item, and then get another mythic item, and so on. It's, like, really easy to get mythics. I mean, no one is saying that it's super fun to do that, right? But if I wanted to, I could just poop out shards like crazy. Okay, I needed 1 more steel from this here. Thank you very much. I'm waiting for more changes for me to come back. Nothing against the game. And that's fine, Omen. You're also not, you know, saying, like, D4 is the worst game in the world and you hate it and I hope it dies. There's nothing wrong for hoping that D4 gets even better. Me too. I am sitting here and hoping that too. But I'm also not for some reason trying to yell at the game and get an aneurysm whenever someone has fun with the game. Which seems to still offend so many people when you're actually enjoying Diablo, right? How dare you, sir, to enjoy the Diablo. So angry. Reported for you enjoying D4, exactly. Terrible person, by the way. How dare you. Plus 3 ranks to Macabre skills. I'm thinking to do some stuff with that. Maximum life, attack speed, sure, we can keep that. And pants with max life. I have a lot of pants with max life at this point. We'll just keep. Three more Paragon points out of this. Nothing of interest. Infernal Compass. At this point, I wonder if it would be easier to farm chaotic uniques instead of trying to get the Even Piercer the way I am doing it, right? I'm trying to get the Even Piercer right now by getting myself Living Steel and then killing Gregoire, but would it be easier to just go for chaotic uniques and get my Even Piercer like that? The Cherry Scare, I thought it was a short, and I was like, he comes in clutch when I'm not even watching his video. Turns out, oh, it was your stream. Well, Cherry, that's like the beauty of YouTube, right? You can be in the shorts feed and you can be in the horizontal feed at the same time, and YouTube actually wants you to do that. And now we're getting a new feature on YouTube, guys, which I think is really cool because you could find the stream in the short feed, and then you could flip your phone and you're instantly in the horizontal video. Sadly, that feature is not available for everyone yet. but it's kind of going to be really cool, right? Tempering Masterworking are the reasons you won't play. Infuriating mechanic. Due to temper reset scrolls, it's actually okay-ish. Like, I mean, like, for a normal item, like, look at my greatsword, right? It has shadow damage, it has 12 ranks to finality. I mean, I didn't even try to get it, and I get a good outcome for that. Yes, Masterworking can be frustrating. I think tempering is actually okay, despite the tempering RNG. Masterworking is certainly shitty. However, the amount of materials you're getting nowadays is crazy. I mean, I'm sitting at 62k Opticide, and I'm not even trying. Okay, like I didn't try to get tons of Opticide. I literally just got Chaotic Rift Nightmare Dungeons, and I did some Infernal Hordes, and I'm at 62,000 Opticide. And I'm sitting at a fully 12'd out Masterworked Druid, and I'm sitting at a Necromancer who I could also push over the edge if I now wanted to, right? Oh, I'm never getting that amulet. That's not true, chat. It is Reaper's Pursuit. Come on, like it is greater affect. It's happening. Chat, it's happening, everyone. Boom. It's not happening, but it's 5 ranks to Reaper's Pursuit, so this is actually the best I can get at the current point. Right? So let's take this and go for the frustrating practice of Masterworking. Most frustrating thing about Masterworking right now, this still costs 5 million gold. And this just tells me that the developers play with infinite gold. Right, chat? You know what this tells me? This 5 million gold here, that developers just play with infinite gold. I mean, sure, the Diablo 4 devs are saying they're playing the game, right? But you cannot tell me that they're not just giving themselves gold. Because otherwise, this 5 million would never exist. Because right now, on the chase to get this Even Piercer upgraded, I'm going to be spending way too much gold. I mean, unless the developer is having more gold than he should be having. You know, this gold would not be at the point where it is.
Wear the stars around your neck. The stars made manifest.
And I dare the developers to pretend different. Okay, we got a Tribute of Radiance, which I don't want. We get a 10-way forward. We get an 8-way forward. I get an Even Piercer now with 9 ranks. Why is 9 ranks so good, chat? Look at my skill tree. So we're now at 12 out of 3 ranks. Now, 9 is still not good because I could actually get 15 ranks. 15. But 9 ranks still give me 24% more damage per skill. So we're sitting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 6 times 24 is more than 100%, obviously, because we're all good at math, right? So that's amazing. That's a meaningful, good banger boost. Yet, though, I would like to have more. And what I also would like to have is some other meaningful uniques. The problem is all other meaningful uniques that I could get for this build, okay? All other cool things I could get for this build are either mythics or chaotic uniques. You heard right. So the only way to make this build stronger now is obviously upgrade my things, so I can now get this to 12 times Masterworked, right? Congratulations. Ta-da, I'm insane. And I could obviously get, like, okay, better aspect, sure. Better aspect is always the thing. Oh, 11 ranks to Reaper's Pursuit, guys. Woohoo. That's great, because we're sitting now at 28%. That's good. That's more power. That's meaningful improvement even without this. So I'm sitting now at like 20 billion damage probably. Let's actually test this out without actually going completely crazy, right? I mean, this is not crazy. This is not insane. It's just merely good. So we're going to take this one. It's actually 54. Probably need to take a different board for this. We have this one upgraded for the magic nodes. We get that one. Oh, yeah, we don't have you activated. Oops. I'm sorry. We don't have you activated. Should certainly spend some more points to get that activated. Ta-da. So let's see where we are. Why does Soul Rift not have a cooldown? Because we're playing the chaotic power called Alter the Balance. And Alter the Balance turns our ultimate skill into a core skill and our core skills into ultimate skills. This allows me to pretty much hold down the button on Soul Rift and stack Soul Rift on top of Soul Rifts on top of Soul Rifts on top of Soul Rifts. And then we have so many Soul Rifts stacked on top of each other that we're doing 40 to 80 instances of shadow damage per second. And 80 instances of shadow damage per second are 10 stacks of Shadow Blight per second, and all these stacks of Shadow Blight per second on different enemies are just multiplying up our damage. Because whenever we trigger a stack of Shadow Blight, we get 70% more damage. But it doesn't say on the same enemy, right? Shadow Blight just deals more damage for each stack of Shadow Blight. So we do 4 instances of shadow damage on 3 enemies. So that would mean we do 12 instances of shadow damage per second on 3 enemies with the 1 Soul Rift. Well, we have 10 Soul Rifts. So instead of 12 instances, we're doing 120 instances of shadow damage, plus minus the lucky hit we're doing. So we're doing more like 200 instances of shadow damage per second. And these 200 instances per shadow damage, every 8th instance is 1 Shadow Blight proc. So now it's 120 divided by 8, and those are the instances of Shadow Blight, and that's the amount of damage you're getting bonus per second. I don't actually know if there's a limit to how high Shadow Blight can stack, but it actually goes up to trillions of damage at the end of the day. It's quite outrageous, to be honest. I mean, like, right now, the enemies don't even have enough life to really, like, witness this, because as soon as we start this 18.1 billion, right, and then the enemy is gone, so we don't even have enough HP here on the enemies right now to stack up high enough to kind of see where it would end, because most of the enemies are dead before. How much is Soul Rift costing per cast? Soul Rift costs 52 per cast. But I'm restoring the whole resource by casting ultimate skills. Stormcrow, probably one of the most fun builds I've played. Zappa, I'm with you. That Stormcrow build is just something that makes a person very happy. The only issue that this build still has is that I need to actually stand still while casting Soul Rift, right? So if I could, like, project my Soul Rifts out of myself to hit enemies around me, that would be great. So I'm kind of, like, limited to the damage I deal in the spot where I do the damage. It's probably the only downside. Like, where my Stormcrow Druid pretty much puts down Stormcrows in the position where he's at, and then he keeps zooming, and everything behind you just dies. See, like, now here, we can probably see a bit higher damage, but also not really, because she's just dead before anything can stack up. So we're pretty much have arrived at the point where I need to go higher pit tiers to see how much more damage we can deal. Do you care for what enemies are doing? Yes, I need to look a little bit for getting stunned, because if I get stunned, I need to then dash forward, right? So that's the only thing I kind of have to look out for. Oh, now I got more points. Yeah. I could probably just start hogging intelligence here for more damage. So let's do a pit 80 now. So we just did a 75, right? And we can't actually see our damage because we're killing things too soon. So we're going to do a pit 80 now. That was a 3-minute pit 75. And I don't actually think that we should be any slower doing a higher pit tier, because again, the damage is actually there, just that the enemies can't take the damage that we're dealing, right? Because they're just dying too fast. So now we, like, have the same killing speed pretty much on a higher pit tier, because the enemies just have more HP, but we also have more damage. Right? Like, this doesn't feel like we're killing slower. The only thing that we do is we see higher numbers. I'm gonna walk back to him. The enemies are still dying, but now that we see finally, like, more higher double-digit billions, because we actually get to stack our Shadow Blight high enough to see these numbers. Right? And that's kind of funny when you're at this point with these kind of stacking damage-esque builds. Because at some point you pretty much need to do higher pit tiers to like, I don't know, get the full potential out of your builds. Because enemies are dying too fast. If I now get even more attack speed, then I can stack even more instances of Shadow Blight on top of each other to do even more damage, to then kill things even faster, to then see even more damage, to then... Yeah, you get the drift. See, now I got frozen, so I had to use my dash to become unstoppable to not get frozen. Because Necromancer don't have any, like, unstoppable instance. Right? So you're forced to do that. Okay, we're now sitting here at 12:51. I kind of feel like we're almost faster than the Pit 75, chat. Could be the enemies that we're facing here. Because the spiders are usually very good. I need the Cry rune. I think we're going to start with the Cry rune in a second. Neo Cry. Let's give it a try. Be somewhat useful. Still look for an Ahu, but I don't have an Ahu, so that one doesn't work. Oh, you're here, lads. Let's go. Who are you playing? Soulshred Necro. He's using Soul Rift to just, you know, kill everything with so much shadow damage that it's not even funny anymore. And we're not actually doing shadow damage over time. We're doing instances of exploding shadow damage for maximum critical. That's kind of nifty. It's a fun build. Yes, absolutely. Because you finally get to play your ultimate as a core skill. Your ultimate as a core skill, chat. How cool is that? It is a ramping build though, and a lot of people don't like ramping builds, so the damage isn't just there ASAP. However, like, Druid is also a ramping build, so you could argue that all builds are somewhat ramping builds this season due to the chaotic powers. So we're pretty much like a minute slower for 5 pit tiers higher, right? Boss fight is the same speed, if not actually faster, because we get to do more damage again, right? So we need to we need to start considering chaotic armor. So let's see what we have there, chaotic armor-wise. I have a Fist of Fade. Fist of Fade. Oops. Fists, not fist. So I have a Fist of Fate as my chest piece, right? And this is actually good because my chest piece will give me attack speed, it will give me vulnerable, it will give me like hit chance and 360% bonus damage. Now, obviously, I would have to sacrifice Hardened Bones for that, but I also have currently the Unmaker running and I actually don't really need the Unmaker. So we don't lose anything for doing this. We lose some Soul Rift duration, but that's about it, and we have enough Soul Rift duration. So with this Fist of Fade, we would have a chest piece that actually gives me attack speed. Yay. I mean, considering that we're sitting at what here, like 61.1%, this is like really, really good. Why is the lucky hit chance good? Because the lucky hit chance would give us more cooldown reduction. The lucky hit chance would give us more crippling darkness procs and so on. We at least want to hit the attack speed, I think. I'm also not sure if I had a well, we have a source of vulnerable. Oh my goodness, I don't need that. Okay, see, like 22% bonus attack speed. This is kind of nifty. So let's go for topacies. I mean, would it be better to have a like unique chest? Yes, absolutely. A mythic chest? Yes, absolutely. But I don't have a mythic chest, right? I gotta work with what I have. Do I have another chaotic armor? I have Mother's Embrace, useless. I have a Banished Lord's Talisman, technically not useless, but practically useless. We have an Ixfeld, we have a Mother's Embrace, we have a Godslayer crown. See, like, even this Godslayer crown as my boots is better than having, like, the random unstoppable aspect with bonus movement speed. Why? Because I have enough movement speed. So just putting on a random Godslayer crown would actually make us stronger. It's just, like, really eh. Even a Godslayer crown pans. Right now I play the Unmaker as my pans, and the Unmaker as my pans are completely useless. They don't do anything for the build. So I might as well just play the Godslayer crown as my pair of pans right now. We have Paingorger's Gauntlets, we have Crown of Lucian, but that's useless actually. With the Black River, also useless. Might as well play the Godslayer crown, which is quite decent for many reasons, because it does boost us Quox together with the ultimate thingy. Ultimate. We also need to remove the 2 here. That gives us all stats. All stats is great. I wanted to play Fio Neo, and I want to play Cry. Neo Cry. I prefer a Who, but I don't have a Who, so I'll get to work with that. And we're going to take you, and we're going to upgrade the cooldown reduction, probably. Why the cooldown reduction? Well, the cooldown reduction actually works for the drinking of potions. So that is quite not too bad to get. Timmy, thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription and support. Thorm, also very good to see you there. Xania's appreciation. Howdy, partners. Let's do a pit 80. What runes are you using? We use Neocry, and we use the ultimate skill rune, the Zac, and then boss. So now we have a random pulling together with the actually, we have an interesting problem right now that is caused by not enough resource generation. So our thing cost 48, but we have like 0 basic resource cost generation. So we're actually not making enough resource at times, right? Only making half the resource currently. We're making surprisingly too few, but you kind of see my damage went just up to 47 billion there, right? Because we have more attack speed, we can do more, and there's another 47 billion. So with more attack speed, we can do more rifts, we can do more damage, and attack speed is everything for this build, right? The more attack speed you have, the better it is. So whatever gives you attack speed, you want to have it, kind of. Go spare Who rune if you want. I can't be taking handouts, sir. Also, I'm not entirely sure if the Who rune would actually be better. So I assume that I have a lot of lucky hit because I do have a lot of lucky hit, right? But I'm not entirely sure like how much it works out. I mean, we have 33%, but that 33% is split over the 4 hits per second that the skill does. So the actual lucky hit is relatively low on Soul Rift. However, there's still lucky hit actually happening. Yeah, damage is definitely vastly bigger now. We're almost at 100 million suddenly. So like we can clear everything in Torment 4 already, but if we now want to get further, we really are in the position where any kind of chaotic unique is just better. And the fun part though is that it's any kind of chaotic unique because we don't need the aspects, right? So we don't need the hardened bones. We don't need the we don't need the unstoppable aspect necessarily. Oh, we don't need bonus armor or whatever. So like our pants, our chest, our helmet, they're all completely unnecessary. The only thing we kind of need, one, is the cursed aura aspect, but we could also solve that via runes. That was 67 billion now. So it's kind of like funny that whatever you find is usable, right? Could I now use the Mother's Embrace? Yes, I could use the Mother's Embrace, guys, because it would refund resource, right? I could get infinite resource through Mother's Embrace as well. Say that boss died faster than ever. How do you level up quickly with a druid? Pulverize. We have the Pulverized Druid Planner up for you. In case you haven't seen it, that kind of explains everything step by step by step by step by step. I'm gonna play Spiritborn too. I play every single class, every single season, and I give you builds for every single class, every single season that work without breaking the budget and making you despair. I prefer Near Seer as it generates in general. You don't need it though. That's the point. I mean, right now, see, I make 21 resource per second, so I'll just do this. Right? So now it's 23 resource per second. And now it's 22. And then we got 25. And now we got 31. So now I get enough resource produced per second without having to worry about anything bonus ever again. Right? I mean, here, we could just try a pit 85. So we just cleared a pit 80 in 3 minutes, right? With the new changes, let's see how quick pit 85 is. Let's see what we got here. So, technically, we should be obviously very slow doing this right now, correct? We shouldn't be fast. We actually have the Cry Rune pulling things together. That's kind of nifty. So we're getting, like, dudes from left, right, and center to get into us. We ran out of resource for a second. We're killing way faster now. That's actually crazy how much faster we're killing. And we're pulling things together. I kind of like the Cry. I mean, it might not be necessary, and you could also play Corpse Tendrils. 106 billion chat was done there. We haven't seen 106 billion before. That attack speed, it's the attack speed. So there is no limit how many soul rifts you can have stacked on top of each other. Okay? It seems like there is no upper limit. AKA, the more attack speed you have, the more rifts you have on top of each other, the more damage you'll top end do. Which I think is pretty good. I have zero complaints. Because it's like massive what attack speed can do for you then. Their plan for this build will be created after the stream is done today. And then tomorrow you'll have the video that explains everything step by step by step. How to get here, how to take your first Torment 1 stabs. Because the build was a bit tricky in Torment 1. I wasn't that powerful. Reason was I took the wrong chaotic perks. Not only did I take the wrong chaotic perks, I also upgraded, used my Infernal Warp for the wrong things, and therefore it took me longer to actually become powerful. And obviously I want you to avoid these errors, mistakes, right? Good thing is we played this pretty much with the worst even piercer possible, and we still managed to just fly through the Torment tiers, right? So, like, even if you have the shittiest gear, even if everything is terrible, you can make meaningful, good, fun, fast progress, which I think is always very important for these kind of builds, because it kind of sucks when you have to be ultra powerful to make them good. Can you do a physical corpse explosion build? Sadly not. The problem with corpse explosion is that no matter what you put in corpse explosion, okay, let's say you put 30 plus 30 ranks in corpse explosion, which is actually possible. Corpse explosion does not scale enough to do enough damage. So you can do everything in the world to make it strong, but if the base corpse explosion only does 1,000 damage, no matter if you have 800%, 900%, 2,000% bonus damage, if the base damage is only 1,000, it doesn't matter how much you multiply it upwards. The issue is, like, as you can see here, that you need billions, right? We need billions. We actually need trillions to do meaningful damage. And corpse explosion does not go up into the billions like that. What build are we doing next? Well, next up is probably going to be Sorceress with a Zoom Ball of Lightning. So there's Boom Ball of Lightning and there's Zoom Ball of Lightning. Both are quite similar, but a bit different. Boom Ball of Lightning throws out Strike of the Stormhorn stuff, while Zoom's Ball of Lightning is Oaken's Catalyst, while Boom Ball of Lightning is Strike of Stormhorn. Both kind of function similar and need similar equipment pieces, so you can do two builds with one setup. Okay, so chat, pit 85 in not even 5 minutes right now. $159 billion. Like to see it. Okay, should we try to get the other chaotic armor pieces that would make us so much stronger, or should we not? How are you feeling about this, chat? Is Bone Storm worth it? No. I'd say let's do another Bartek. Okay, chat, let's do another Infernal Horde. Let's see, we're going to do an 8-wave. We could gamble a 6-wave to just try to get 666 in a 6-wave, but let's do an 8-wave. I want to try Sorg next. See, there you go, Lance. We should start tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. So streaming start is around 8 a.m., 9 a.m. CET usually, chat. And then we go for like 5-6 hours. Or until I can't no more. Okay, Ambushing Hellborn is not too bad. This is Martha's Reform After Death. Okay, Ambushing Hellborn is good, chat. Why is Ambushing Hellborn good? We talked about it earlier. Ambushing Hellborn means that Hellborn can randomly come on whatever, right? So like random ether event starts, Hellborn could come. Random mob gets spawned, Hellborn could come. And with these Ambushing Hellborn, if there's nothing else to take, you propagate ether events faster. Because you'll just get random Hellborn that try to choke you. And that's good. Oh, I know what's happening. Oh, that's weird. Cry is randomly depleting all my resource because Cry is an attack. Huh. That's weird. So I'm spamming Soul Rift, okay? So Cry happens every 2 seconds. If my Cry overlaps with Quax, Cry will deplete all my resource. That's not a problem because I can just use a core skill to get all my resource back, but it's still something that is actually there. Might make me not want to cry too much. Well, lucky me, ladies and gentlemen. Do I even need all these soul rifts? Nah, like minimal soul rifts are already enough for this. Cataclysm Druid is probably the best for this because Cataclysm happens just screen wide, right? Easy ether, ladies and gentlemen. Come on here, Dave. Stand still. Honestly, Soul Rift is doing a pretty good job at killing them because, like, of all the small dudes, and we're just eating them at the same time, right? Okay, that's 2,000 ether in one single wave. Jeez, it's almost a 3,000 ether horde possible, huh? Jesus. I did not expect Soul Rift to be so efficient for this. I gotta say. But damn. Like damn. Okay, you know what? I gotta get used to just casting lesser Soul Rifts because I don't need that many. So I need to walk more, right? I need to like have like 1, 2 Soul Rifts up or 3, but 3 Soul Rifts are pretty much enough to kill everything already. So I just need to do less to do more, right? Because if I do less Soul Rifts, I can run more around to kill more things. And if I do more Soul Rifts, then I'm just stuck in the same position too long. Oh, I can't do more Soul Rift because I don't have the resource. Okay, Cry Rune depleted us there badly. And we need to let go of Cry, chat. Cry's breaking the gameplay loop. Unhappy about that, but we need to change it. Okay, what other rune instead of Cry then? I could do Frost Novas, but that's kind of useless. I could do Barrier, that's kind of useless. I could do Warcry for 15% more damage. I guess I could just get the Warcry for more damage, but it kind of like doesn't feel good, to be honest. More movement speed is useless. I mean, I could get the teleport from Sorg, probably, right? Yeah? 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 To just teleport? Yeah? Sure, yeah? Should I teleport around? Yeah? Probably. So every 4 seconds I just get a teleport, I guess. Like right on. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds good. Alright, I mean, I need to get fast anyways from like somewhere to somewhere every now and then. Might as well. Would be good to level up in Nightmare Dungeons. The only Nightmare Dungeons you want to do while leveling up is Chaos Rift Nightmare Dungeons because they give you a tons of reputation and they can give you cool gear and everything. So Chaos Rift Nightmare Dungeons are truly amazing. Ergo, if you're leveling up and you did a Helltide and you might get yourself a Chaos Rift Nightmare Dungeon key, then you can definitely do that while leveling. It's going to be good XP and it's also good fun, so high recommendation. Make sure that you're like level 15 at least, probably because you want to do a certain speed through that. And on top, not only be level 15, also make sure that you drank a potion, because if you have no potion drunken, then like why even waste your time in there? Oh, another Chaos Wave. Well, I guess after the first one being so successful, let's try again. Can you get 2 Goblin events? Chat? Okay, this is probably one of the weakest ones, but let's try out if the teleport makes it more accessible. I mean, every 4 seconds I get a teleport. That's not a lot, but it's still something. See, like, I need to go back here and I just teleport into it. You know what? I think I like that. If I would now replace the Neo through an Ahu rune, I think I would get more teleports. Should I try to get chaotic uniques or improve my uniques farming bosses? The problem is that farming bosses is useless unless you're farming Belial, right? I mean, I'm trying forever now to get an Even Piercer with a Reaper's Pursuit, but since I'm forced to get Living Steel and then try to get that from Grigoire, it's going to take forever. Like, the only meaningful way to really get greater affixed uniques is by buying yourself materials for Belial from the market, from totally ethically sourced traders that absolutely do not have them in a weird way acquired. It's completely normal that they have them, and it's super okay. Like, there's nothing wrong with them having these, and like, it's totally fine that he has 5,000 Belial mats. But yeah, that's the only meaningful way, right? time is it for you? We have at 1 p.m. and the family's already asking me what kind of food should we order today. Because I might or might have not bought enough groceries for all the people that are here at home today. So we might have to order food, and I'm being bullied into having to decide. Is the dupe glitch still a thing? Well, which one? There are so many dupe glitches, and there's always one that's still working. So the actual, like, you know, companies that make profit of duping, there is one that Blizzard does not seem to be able to get a hold of. They actually stopped a lot of the duping, but not all of the duping. So there seems to be one that's slipping through the cracks every single time. Okay, what do we have here? Hungry Spires. I love Hungry Spires. Exalted Fiends or Teeming Masses. No, I want to do Hungry Spires. I like that one. Where'd you get those juicy Chaos Armor? Bartuk is the best farm. It's either Bartuk or doing Chaos Rift Nightmare Dungeons. If you do Chaos Rift Nightmare Dungeons, you can then buy yourself Reputation with the Infernal Warp that you're getting. And in those caches that you get from the Reputation, you get guaranteed Infernal Compasses. And not only Infernal Compasses, on top of the Infernal Compasses, you're also going to get chaotic uniques and greater affix items. So those actual chests are quite crazy and super useful. So high recommendation. I'm going to play the Dune Awakening update. There is nothing really interesting in the update. I mean, unless like doing more story, but for doing more story, you don't need a creator, right? There's nothing happening to the deep desert. There's nothing happening to like nothing building wise really crazy happening. There's just nothing happening. I mean, all the updates for Dune are pretty much for new players and not for old players, which is actually kind of sad to say, right? So it streamlines the game better for people that haven't played much of it. Oh, I take the Masses thingy. Might sound weird, but that is what it is. Damn, that was a lot of ether just from like one spire like mass thingy. Can you get more than 1 GA on Chaos Armor? Yes, but it's rare. I have a 2 GA Mother's Embrace Chaos Armor. And yes, Mother's Embrace is actually good, chat. You would say, hey, Mother's Embrace sucks monkey cheeks. It does, kind of. But on the other hand, if it's not a ring slot, it's actually good. I mean, right now I could play Mother's Embrace and it would be totally fine for the build. It would even be good for the build. So this has been an absolute amazing Infernal Horde. Not gonna lie. Easy 2,000. What I dislike is that the goblins are the only really, really good chaotic event, right? All the other chaotic events are like okay. And you know what also is interesting? That we can't get more chaotic armor for more ether, right? So it doesn't matter how much ether I have right now. I can't get more. Right? I can't get more. Also, WNBA, I'm sorry my builds don't suck because I'm amazing. Sorry to disappoint you, sir. Well, we just got easy 3,000 ether almost. How much Opticite is that? That's 10,000 Opticite. The Hand of Naz with 22% attack speed. Funnily, okay, chat, this might sound weird to you right now, but this Hand of Naz would now be better than using my helmet to get 22% bonus attack speed and push my attack speed to 100%. Now you're going to say, but Pony, that's crazy. No, it's not. You're crazy. You're crazy. That's totally legitimate and fine. How to adjust gearing on Druid build if you're using Air of Perdition? You can't. Not for that build. It's cozy. 2.2k crit damage? Nah, it's not a lot. It's like getting boosted by my rune, but I could actually get way more. Because what we're missing here... Oh, wait. Let's put the Hand of Naz over. What you're missing here is that we don't have our critical strike damage glyph fully upgraded. So the thing is, right? So we're going to this dungeon here now. Let's do a pit 90 quickly. Keep doing higher pits. And we can drink a potion to actually get 100% attack speed. Wait, chat. Potion. Boom. Let's fucking go. So we have, as you say, 2,289, right? Which is good. But that's actually not even the top end, because we have our glyph is level 46. Oh, wow. We actually died. Like, seriously. We died. That hasn't happened in a hot minute. You know? I haven't died in forever. Don't even know how you killed me there, sir. What's killing me, though? Oh, no elemental resistance. Oops. Oh, no elemental resistance and no armor. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, you know what? Yeah, that's fine. You know? I forget that part where we don't actually have resistance and armor currently. Excuse me, chat. I forgot that part. Yeah. So take instances. Our resistance doesn't look too good, to be honest. Well, I mean, you know, we could take more Paragon points for more resistance, but then we would do less damage. Sir? Okay. You listen to me, you little shit. We could do it, but we'd do less damage. And who wants to do that? Who wants to do less damage? No, I mean, seriously, we should go for it. Like, we should. But who wants to do that? I don't. And with the instances, we have it now under control, right? But obviously, we should invest some points. I'm obviously not going to do it. I'd rather do less damage and not die. Well, we'll see that's like a weakling talking, right? No balls, sir. I mean, you're obviously the smarter man, but I have more balls. But you're the smarter man. I don't want to see the top end damage now on the boss, because we'll have like, wait, 200 billion almost. I'm pretty sure I could get it to the trillions of damage if I had the pieces. Pieces, chat. Okay, we lost 90 seconds due to dying 2 times. But I think pit 90 in like 5 minutes is doable. Gotta see though the lengths of the boss fight. Oh, that was my, what was it called again? My helmet. Godslayer. Totally forget. I was wondering how do we now pull these gentlemen together, huh? Godslayer. Just got back-to-back mythics from Lord Zur. Sir, don't tempt me with the good times. I have 80 materials for Lord Zur. We could just bang out some and hope that we get some Belial mats to then hope that I can actually pull out my goddamn thing. What I feel like is, so does anyone feel like we're getting a bit few chaotic uniques from normal lair bosses? I know Bartok is supposed to be the source of chaotic uniques, right? But I would have really liked if lair bosses every now and then give us a chaotic unique too. I have not gotten a single one from a normal lair boss. And I think they were supposed to also spew them out at times, at random intervals. But I don't feel it. I don't see those. Anyone else? Just me? Am I maybe unlucky? Could be. Did you just get a case piece from a lair boss? Well, it's good to hear, because I sadly have not witnessed it myself. I mean, I got a chaotic unique though from a nightmare dungeon that was kind of interesting. So from a nightmare dungeon, complete normal end reward. Like you get 4 rewards when you end a nightmare dungeon, right? And one of them was a chaotic unique, and I was like, okay. I mean, sure, no complaints, but it's crazy. You got 2 from Greg so far, okay? So it might be just my experience then. That's great to hear that you are not suffering from this. I'm still gonna say I would like more, right? Because I have a bad experience and I don't like that. Oh, sad face. Not enough enemies around. You spent 200 blood and you didn't get a single Belial mat. Honestly, Belial is spawning too rare and it's obvious. That's why I keep saying you're pretty much forced to buy materials, right? I mean, I'm sorry, but the amount of Belial mats is just too damn low. Okay, like we're killing the boss faster than we're playing through the dungeon, chat. I got no complaints. I'm only happy about it. Like this is like from a damage standpoint, this is crazy, right? Like we're slower through the dungeon than like the boss fight. So Pit 90, easy peasy. So like here, we can go for, what do we have? We have damage reduction here, right? Damage reduction is fantastic, chat. Then we have, we took the resistance there. There's armor, there's top end resistance. Here's more resistance too. So, well, you know, we get some. Like at this point, we're sitting at 60, 60, 60. And there's one thing we can do. So one thing I haven't shown you, right? One thing we haven't done yet. We can get right here. Sorry, chat. Let's stand up again before my butt falls asleep. What's the skill rotation? Okay, so the skill rotation is pretty complicated. This is not a build for beginners. Okay, like this is a highly hard build, and like you're gonna be hard to play it. Okay, hard at any time, maximum hardness. So the build rotation is following. Let's go to a boss so I can show you. Actually, let's go into the Undercity so I can show you the very hard rotation. Good. Got a Tribute of Radiance. It's a nice thing. So let's... Oh, no, actually, I should use the Tribute of Titans. Okay, let's do Tribute of Titans. Good. So we're going to do Tribute of Titans. Thank you very much. That's for boss materials. Okay, build rotation is following. In order to get maximum damage, what you're going to do is you're going to press your right mouse button for Soul Rift, and then you're going to press it again and again and again and again and again, right? Okay, so when you press it again and again and again, and that's it. Oh, in between you dodge forward. Okay, so yeah, but you kind of, you have to walk forward too, so dodge forward and walk forward. And then press Soul Rift in between. Yeah, that's it. Like, and everything just dies. Like, I'm just like literally walking through and everything dies. And if you want to do more damage, you could use a Blight. So if I throw a Blight, then I do more damage, okay? And if you then want to do even more damage, you can also use your Corpse Explosion to stack 3 Corpse Explosions for more damage. And that's it. That's it, right? So, like, if you're not skilled enough, like, it's, again, it's not the easiest gameplay loop. It's, like, quite difficult. Very hard on the rotation part. And unless you are a very experienced player, you won't be able to play this. It has basically 0 gear requirements as well. I mean, seriously, you just need an Even Piercer Amulet, not even greater affix. Like, you can have a 3 rank Even Piercer I did that. I was in Torment 4 with a 3 rank even piercer, right? You only need the aspect of Blighted aspect, the aspect of DK, and the aspect of the Damned. So standard aspects that you can even get from dungeons. Yes, you heard right. And you can play this build. What activity is best for runes? You want Quox. You want Quox together with Zen. Zen is use ultimate to get offering. And my other one is currently Neo together with Ya. The reason we're using Neo and Ya is that I get random teleports in between to just make me faster through the dungeon, and that's about it. He does not want to get random teleports that make him go quick. And this is also how you play Helltides and any content piece, right? You just walk through and everything just dies on contact. Undercities grant massive cooldown reduction. We have no cooldowns, sir. This build does not have cooldown. Okay, give me a short moment. I need to order the food. My children want the pizza with the corn on it. Pizza with corn. There you go. Oh, wait. I need to ask the waifu something that's very important. Be right back. Okay, yeah. Okay, boss materials. I should have enough for Uravar twice. Uravar can also drop the Eben Piercer, so let's kill him. Oh, pizza cups with corn on it. Oh, the children want pizza margarita with corn. Right? That's what they love. No salami, no nothing, just margarita and corn. Don't question their taste, just accept it. This is similar to Blood AoE. No, not at all, to be honest. Blood AoE is quite different because you were going for overpowers there. This is just critical strike stacking. Yes, corn. Just that. Sad drops. Pain Gorgers. We have a good Pain Gorgers. Rest some pepperoni, sir. Oh! Oh! That's interesting. Hey, Chad, you just need to complain hard enough and then you shall get items. Okay? So what is this? This is a Bloodless Scream. That is so good. Okay, Bloodless Scream is really interesting because Bloodless Scream says your darkness skills chill enemies for up to 100% and deal 240% increased damage to frozen enemies. The interesting part is that the Bloodless Scream itself counts for Shadow Blight for some reason. So Shadow Blight is considered a skill, and therefore the Bloodless Scream should multiply it upwards. Now, we do have the Godslayer Crown, right? Which also does 72% bonus damage. So Bloodless Scream is kind of funny, and it does have the 40% chance to deal a 10%, the 10,000 shadow damage. That goes up too. We're probably not going to be playing the Bloodless Scream, though, for this, because we don't need it. But there's a different build that works with Bloodless Scream that we can play around with. What I still want is obviously a chaotic Eben Piercer. Why a chaotic Eben Piercer? Because if the Eben Piercer goes away from the amulet slot, then I can put something else in the amulet slot, hyper boosted. Makes sense, right? Okay, where else do I get chaotic stuff? We could do another thingy, jiggy-ma-jiggy, boinky-ma-boinky. Oh, I have the reputation chat. So, what we can do with the reputation now? We can go to the reputation board. Another pans. Fists of Fade. I mean, we have a Fist of Fade as a chess piece. Now we get a Pan's Fist of Fade. Oh, this is not a good version of that. Not a... That's a fine version. Okay, what do I do? What do I do? I mean, I could kill her for the 5. Let's kill the Beast of Ice quickly. Hello, Jungfrau. Ja. Ist in Ordnung. If you master with the Bloodless Scream and it goes darkness skills, all your damage will go way up. No, not really. The problem is that the darkness skills does not work for Reaper's Pursuit. Yeah, because that's a passive, it's not a skill. It will put the ranks of Soul Rift up, but ranks of Soul Rift doesn't do anything for me. Now you gotta understand that ranks to Soul Rift is utterly useless because my damage is not Soul Rift, my damage is Shadow Blight. Right?
It's locked.
Oh, it's locked. I don't even have enough Distilled Fear to open that. I mean, we anyways went here for the Whisper, but still. I can show you, sir.
It is done.
Boots. Let's try to get a chaotic armor boots. I mean, the best thing that could happen to this build is right now chaotic armor boots and anything, right? Because I have pants and like any boots. Because right now we have like just unstoppable on boots, but we don't need it. We don't need the movement speed. We don't need nothing. So, here. This is the Bloodless Scream. There we go. So we have here 14 ranks in this, and then I put this on and it's still 14 ranks because it's only skills, right? And again, skills is useless because I would need passives, not skills. Does that make sense to you? Second, sorry, chat. I still need to order food. So that's wife. And guess that's children. And with this dad gand. That gets ginormous kebab. That is a good idea. Ginormous kebab is always a good idea. Okay, address is right. Enormous kebab, here we come. So, Raleigh, thank you for the Prime subscription and support. Raleigh, good to see you there. We cleared a pit 90. Let's do another pit 90 because last time we died weirdly. So let's not do that again. Have you seen the Nightmare Dungeon strat? You mean the Nightmare Dungeon strat that we made a video about like 1 or 2 days ago, or a different Nightmare Dungeon strat that I haven't heard about yet? Sir. So which one? Sometimes you need to use more words to describe things, because if you use minimal words to describe things, then I have minimal information to react to. Right? So what is the Nightmare Dungeon strat for you? Poor guy, just absolutely destroying. Like the poor guy's following me and he's just dying. When we're talking about the Nightmare Dungeon strat for reputation and easy mythics and chaos uniques and everything, that I know, sir, I has done. Honestly, I'm a big fan of this random Godslayer crown. It actually works so nice to just randomly pull people together every now and then just have them take like massive damage. The best part is once you're like riding forward through the dungeon, right, on your amount of chaos soul rifts, like you're just getting more soul rifts, right? Like I'll have like my breaking point of soul rifts up at some point, and then I'll just keep doing like massive damages. Right, from pack to pack. I'll actually arrive at a pack and have like the maximum amount of soul rifts active inside of you. The Nightmare Dungeon strat everyone knows, bro. I know. Like when people that spend a lot of time online talk to people that spend less time online and assume they know what you're talking about. Okay, see now without dying a couple of times because I did not look at my resistances, we're looking at a 5-minute pit 90, which means I could definitely clear pit 100 already. So that's nice, chat. That is a certainly nice sewer. I still want that cool chaotic armor, chat. I still want that cool chaotic armor. By the way, in the guide, we're going to be including the version with chaotic armor, and we're going to include the version without chaotic armor. Just to be like, to show you like what you basically need to make it work, and then how to pretty much take it to the next level and the next level and the next level, right? I'm at 29 Paragon level. When would you advise to switch to Ravens? When you have the pieces, sir. So for the Druid, you not only need Paragon points. I swap around 120 Paragon points. You need to make sure that you have Gatlin's Birthright. You need to make sure that you have the Mjolnir Ring. You make sure that you have the Stormcrow aspect and that kind of stuff. Like, if you do not have, and you need to make sure to have the Raven power, right? So if you don't have the chaotic power for your companions to turn into core skills, then you can't swap yet, right? So you're gonna get like the basic pieces first, and then you can swap. But obviously, all of that is really easy with the pulverized turret to get put together. Right? And then you can easily swap. You need to like try to have like only this one close to me. Because the problem with Soul Rift is one instance of Soul Rift only sucks from 3 enemies. Okay? So if you actually have a bunch of enemies on your screen, then your Soul Rift is not sucking as hard as it possibly could. So less enemies is actually more damage, or less enemies, like you know, 4 is perfect, because then you're just focusing on them to like really offload the most amount of damage on them. Whereas if there's too many enemies on the screen, you're actually diluting your damage by trying then to do too few damage to too many sources. 1000 armor is important than max resist. Yeah, max resist is even more important than armor, because often you can avoid taking physical damage by either just being on range or stunning enemies. But if you get hit by some kind of elemental ground effect, that often tears you apart. Just keep in mind, if you're not maxed out on your resistance and your armor, you take exponential more damage, right? So having like 800 armor instead of 1000 armor is just really, really bad. Like, there's so much more damage that you're taking right now. It sometimes seems unrealistic, but it's actually quite crazy how much more that is. So if that dude is alone, you would now think, oh no, the guy's alone. That's going to be shitty for the build, because the build seems like an area build. Interestingly enough, this is a single target damage build, chat. So if the enemy is alone, that's better for you than when the enemy is actually surrounded by 3 of his friends. Because less enemies, more sucking the same guy. Okay, what was that now? 6 minutes? Without a greater affixed item? I think that's pretty good. I like to see it. For the Raven Druid case uniques, yes, the Kill of the Blackwing. You can get that as a pair of boots. And then you can use a normal pair of pants, right? Or you can use a Godslayer crown then as your pair of pants. So Godslayer crown and Kill of the Blackwing, pretty much. Okay, pit 90. Oh, yeah, we should do the world boss. If we're going to do the world boss, we might as well try to kill the boss here and then do the world boss. Last time the world boss dropped a chaotic unique. So that's kind of nifty. Poor guy. Just got destroyed. Important is, Anarkill, that you have ways to get more armor. Okay? So you can use instances. You have the instance of the mountain. That's 300 more armor. And you have the soothing spices, which give you more resistance. Plus, you have Rahir, who either gives you 15% more resistance, or he can give you 15% more armor. So there are very easy ways to max out your resistances and your armor without even having to, like, you know, go crazy. Just as a recommendation on the side. Can't you implement Godslayer for more enemy sucking? I have Godslayer randomly here. I mean, you don't need Godslayer. It's not needed, but it also doesn't hurt, right? If your defenses are clear, if your armor is clear, if you use instances to make care for it, then throw your standard pair of pants out or Kill of the Blackwing boots, for example, and then, like, you know, put in whatever you want. Godslayer, you could play Mother's Embrace, whatever you feel like, right? If it makes you stronger, it makes you stronger. Been grinding for hours on a Banished Lords, it just won't drop. I have a couple. I can't give you any. Now, I'm a bit torn about, like, these items being account bound. On the one hand, I love it, right? Because it, like, you have to grind. Correct, chat? Like, I can't just get these. I can't just go on the trade. I can't just buy these. I can't instantly get powerful by cheating, aka trading, right? So I kind of like it. On the other hand, as you say, if you really don't get what you're looking for, that stinks. That's a freaking mouse breathing issue. What's the best way to level this season? You do Helltide, and in Helltides you try to do the Chaos Rifts, then you get the Whispers done. You try to get yourself runes that say Chaos Rifts on that to also do that. You do the seasonal quest, because the seasonal quest is quite some XP. Then you do every single Whisper on the map possible, and if you actually get a Chaos Rift dungeon that's also a Whisper, you should do it. Kind of like, here's the symbol for it, right? And then do the Strongholds as always for a bonus XP boost. We have the whole guide up for leveling on the YouTube if you wish to check it out. It takes 3 hours and 30 minutes. And now is your time to brag, chat. How long has it taken you? So my Druid was 3 hours 34 minutes, and my Necromancer was 3 hours and 40 minutes. And I think my Sork is actually going to be 3 hours and 15 or 3 hours and 5. You should go for normal mode in the beginning. Yes, that's true. Thank you, Barrius, for saying that. You have to do normal mode. So my Druid started on hard mode, and that was a mistake. I should have gone on hard mode at level 15. My Necromancer started on normal mode and then went hard mode at level 25. You shouldn't start on hard. Oh wow, Sorks are already killing him without me being actually able to go close. Alright, I couldn't even approach a Shava. Sorks were already destroying. Oh, poor guy. Let's get killed. I hope at some point they're going to get rid of resilience, chat. Did you know that they wanted to use the resilience mechanic on a Shava also on pit bosses and on lair bosses? Yep. What is resilience? Well, resilience is a little bit weird. It kind of, when you do one super high damage hit, reduces the damage of all your other hits. And the main reason for resilience is just to make a fight take longer. That's it. That's the reason why resilience exists. The only reason. It's to prevent you from billions of damage boosting a boss down. And they actually wanted to use this for lair bosses too. Imagine. Chat. Is Sork even good this season? How dare you, sir? Sork is amazing. Sork has 2 Ball of Lightning builds that are incredible. The Boom Ball of Lightning and the Zoom Ball of Lightning. And then Sork still has the Hydras going strong. Plus there's a Charged Bolt build. So Sork has a plenty of good things going on. And Sork heavily profits from Chaotic Armor. So like the most fun on Sork is that you can get Banished Lord's Talisman. You can get the Crown of Lucian. You can get Mother's Embrace even from Hell. So you can use so many of these armors for good fun. Don't forget the 15% XP boost from the Forgotten Wisdom dungeon, if you then have a Forgotten Wisdom thingy. I just like the dual basic build for Barb. What would you recommend instead? There's a Flay Rent Barb. There's a Hammer of the Ancients Earthquake Barb. I'm probably going to go for Flay Rent myself for the Barb. Because I want to do maximum bleed Barb. I love bleed. I think bleed is just so cute, and I'm a sucker. I want to do so much bleed to the enemy that he has so much bleed on him that he just dies from bleed. 6 hours to Torment 1 ties. That's pretty good. Okay, Whisper done. Ashava spoiled. No chaotic armor this time. Pretty disappointed. Pretty disappointed. Are you going to make a Rogue what build? Orphan Maker, probably. But Rogue is most likely going to be the last class I tackle this season. Main reason that Rogue is just simply the least exciting one. Rogue is currently in a very, 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 very weird position. Or just doesn't feel really amazing. It's kind of like, yeah, sure, Rogue, but also no Rogue. So, How much stronger do you get with leveled glyphs in Torment 4 with Pulverize with no glyphs? Tons stronger, pup. Because Pulverized Druid actually plays the Spirit Glyph that is critical strike damage and the Dominate Glyph that is overpower damage. And both the Spirit Glyph and the Dominate Glyph multiply up your overpowered damage and your other damage. So like the gain is not like a little, the gain is tons. Therefore, glyphs make you so much stronger. So much. Just a little bit. Especially if you get them all the way to 100. Poison Spiritborn. Poison Spiritborn is not possible. The buffs to poison are not meaningful enough to enable you to play Poison Spiritborn, sadly. Sorry if that is not what you would like to hear, but it is what it is. That archetype is not in the realm of possibilities. I really want to make poison, yeah. I mean, I really want to play damage over time Necro, but I might as well shoot myself in the face that has like the same effect, right? I mean, technically I'm playing damage over time Necro, but my actual damage is the Shadow Blight key passive, so I'm not doing shadow damage over time, right? So some playstyles are sadly... Okay, is everything just cursed in this dungeon? That was a cursed shrine, that was a cursed well, that was a cursed everything. Ah, man. Cursed shebang bangs left, right, and center, huh? Let me just exterminate 5 waves quickly, chat. For the bonus. No problem. Give me the greater chest. I wish I could, like, increase the Soul Rift range to cover the whole screen. And then I can just go AFK in a Helltide. In an Infernal Horde. Infernal Horde Compass. Let's go. So we had a 2,700 Horde today, ladies and gentlemen, because of the Etheric Goblins. That was so much reputation here. Love to see it. Okay, I'd say we're gonna do another Bartik hunt, chat. Should we try to do a 6-wave horde for 666 ether? I kinda like this. I think this is the real challenge this season. And I would like to know how often you get it done, chat. So I assume you're mostly doing 6-wave hordes, 8-wave hordes, I mean. But have you actually gotten a 6-wave horde to the amount of ether that you want? Let's check for equipped glyphs, chat. So you can type in equipped and it shows you all the equipped aspects you have. FY. It's very useful. You want to figure out if you got an upgrade on something. I'm a new player. I found your channel really useful. Started wanted. Also, I was wondering which build for Druid for leveling Pulverize. We also have the Pulverize leveling guide up for you, sir. I tried now physical corpse explosion, glyphs, and no full optimization. I was able to one-shot the screen in 55. Yeah, in 55 it should be possible, Bad Doctor. There is potential, but it's just not enough. X-Fels is a good source for more shadow damage. No, X-Fels is terrible. Okay, 6 waves, chat. We take Colossal Fiends. Yep, that's easy peasy. Okay, chat, let's go. 6 wave for 666. It's usually clutch. You just have to get like a little bit unlucky and it already doesn't work. I mean, getting the Lords early is nasty because you just need a few Lord spawns, right? And you could get 100 ether already in wave 1. But you could also get unlucky and get a bunch of Soul Spires. I said Soul Spires, right? I had to say it. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. Don't just stab a fork into my eye. Would you please? Come on. Instant kill. Well, 64 for wave 1 is good. Okay, Enduring Lords is bad. Exalted Hordes is good. More faster is better. Konichi farm to level up. Ninja, we get the full guide uploaded. That it tells you everything step by step by step, level for level. The best way is and stays Infernal Hordes. Helltides, sorry. That being said, Infernal Hordes, if you get a fleeting horde compass, use it. You can't use your fleeting hordes in later tiers anymore, so you want to use them right away, right? Fleeting hordes do not work in Torment, so if you reach level 60 and you have a fleeting horde compass left, you did it wrong. Okay, 2 waves, almost 200 ether, but we need more, right? If we want to stay ahead of the game. Enduring Lords is useless, Anchored Masses is useless, the Exalted Fiends is the best one because that gives me more ether for actually killing the Lords, and since it's tripled, it's 6 more ether, not 2 more ether. So 1 Lord is actually 21 ether, which is quite a lot. Have you had a Goblin Rift? Yes, we had a Goblin Rift just like 1 horde ago. So roughly like 30 minutes or an hour. And we got instantly, like, what was that? Wave 2, we were sitting at 1,600 ether. I think 2.5 or 2.6 was the end game. Pretty good. Really enjoyed it. And right now we're trying to see how reliable we can get 666 ether in a 6-wave horde. Right? How reliable can you get that amount of ether in a 6-wave horde? I think that is a very good question. Okay, that teleport is really helping chat. I like, you know, in the beginning it's like the Yarun is more like fucking around and having fun. But you know what? That is fire. Okay, K's wave, that could be great because it instantly brings me up to 500 offering or something. Oh, the weakest one. Well, you know what? It's actually good because I got that Ether Fiend booth because this is spawning Ether Fiends, right? And if you get 2 more Ether per Ether Fiend, that actually counts for these Ether Fiends. So they're not dropping 3, they're actually dropping more now. Come on, more fiends, more fiends. How's the Necro feeling so far? Pretty strong. Like, you pretty much enter Torment 1 and you're powerful, but you gotta understand that you can stack unlimited Soul Rifts. So my biggest issue was that I didn't understand that I can just keep stacking Soul Rifts, right? I literally didn't comprehend that part of the build. Okay, Bursting Masses, Ether Goblins. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, it's gonna be clutch though to get the 666, right, Chad? I mean, I still gotta get fortunate now. I gotta get the right events to really get it. There's 1 Ether Goblin. We got him. But I'll be honest, that Ether Goblin is actually not giving us that much more ether than just getting a normal event with Ether Lord, right? And our Ether Lords are just pooping. So unless we're getting, like, quite fortunate, right, with our spawns, even that Ether Goblin event is not going to do much for us. Remember, we just got 1 there. Dorn, good to see you there. Ruby, howdy. Oh, great. Soul Spire on top of Soul Spire. Okie dokie, chat. Last wave. Okay, this is good. That's +5 or faster. What do you think, guys? No, +5 for the Lords because that's triple. So that's like, I think like 40 ether per Lord. So I only need to get a handful of Lords and we're good to go, right? I mean, obviously, if you now don't get any Lords, then congratulations on that one. Right? So we're at 500, see, and this Lord gave me what? There's a Lord. Oh, child, I don't think we're going to get the 666 unless we just get like 3 Lord pops in a row. Together with an Ether Goblin, maybe. And I have barely seen any Ether Goblins. Yep, that wasn't it. See, it's clutch, but it's not there. 624. Gotta go for your actual normal dudes. Harsh. Now I wonder if I should have not taken the Ether Goblin one, right? Because the Ether Goblin, we saw 1 Ether Goblin. Yeah, I'm sorry, lads. You're all dead before it could even become a problem. That was a lot of greater affix items, I'm not gonna lie. Quite impressive. A chest with healing received. Oh, yike-a-doodle, dandy Andy. Let's actually keep that one. Oh, it's intelligence, I like that. Keep you, keep you. Fist of Fate are useless. Oh, you can get tons of ether if you get the Ether Goblin events, right? Especially with multiple people. I mean, imagine like 4 people Ether Goblin event and actually killing every single Ether Goblin. I think that wave is going to give you 4,000 to 5,000 ether if you actually have 4 people covering the whole screen. Because you can literally like kill every single goblin at every single time. It is just mental, right? You can't convince me different. Killing Dario. Good thing is you can prepare for a boss fight, guys, so you can just spawn as many soul rifts as you want on you. So when the boss comes, then he just dies. Ta-da! Better. Good. So, chat, that was Soulshred Necromancer. That was the soul rifting out there. We will get you the planner as soon as possible. I'm going to grab a bite now, then I'm going to make the planner, and then I'm going to post the planner in this video, and I'm already going to start working on the guide that you have tomorrow morning, the fully flashed out guide, with the chaotic version, with the mythic version, with the non-chaotic version, okay? But I'd say we're going to end it here now. Watch the video on the Infernal Hordes strategies that we posted, and also check out the Druid. I'll be back tomorrow for more. We're going to be playing the Sorceress tomorrow. So we're going to get this video for the Necro, but we're going to start the Sorc tomorrow with a Zoom Ball of Lightning. Until then, take care. Have a good one. Great evening. Great day. Thank you for watching. Love you all. Appreciate it.